Members, it's time. Please come to the chamber. Members, it's time. Come to the chamber.
Members, the House will come to order. Members, our prayer today be given by Keelan Lincoln, the senior at Baldwin County High School, who is currently serving as state FFA president and plans to attend Auburn University in the fall.
Would you please bow your heads? Dear Lord, thank you for this beautiful day. Without you, we would not be here today. Thank you for all the wonderful blessings you put upon each and every one of us. Thank you for allowing each and every person here today to be able to join us for FFA Day on the Hill and to better understand the important jobs of legislation in the House. You provided for us and gave us all we need to survive. Help us continue to advocate for you and for agriculture. Thank you for all the representatives working together to make decisions that best serve Alabama. We are all here for the same purpose and that we would not be here without you. We pray that with your guidance, we all continue to grow as individuals and as leaders. We are here to serve you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Members, today's pledge will be led by students of the Alabama Institute of the Deaf and Blind. Those are Damon Winfrey and Chris Williams.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Halsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stadhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"65 members have answered and roll. Quorum is present. House is ready to transact business. The chair would like to recognize Ed Oliver for a point of personal preference. Representative Oliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the city of Dadeville and District 81, I sadly stand in front of this body, and I'm both troubled and grieved by the senseless shooting that took place in Dadeville this past weekend. On Saturday, as families and friends gathered to celebrate a Sweet 16 birthday party at a venue literally 20 yards from the Tallapoosa County Courthouse Square in the sleepy little town that I grew up in, Dadeville, gunfire erupted in violence, killing 4 young people and injuring 32 others, with some of those critical. It is a sad day for this state when something so senseless happens. Our hearts go out to the families and friends who lost loved ones in this attack, and ask you to continue to pray that healing and recovery for this community of Dadeville. I do want to thank law enforcement for responding so quickly. I thank the first responders that also responded so quickly. They were on the scene in a hurry. Mutual aid call went out, and all our neighboring communities showed up just as quickly as they possibly could, and they provided the help that we so desperately needed. Ambulances, fire departments, even air medical crews showed up, providing nurses and paramedics to help and try to do triage and get people where they needed to go. I thank our little hospital in Dadeville, which did an excellent job. The hospital in Ellick City, they got people treated and where they needed to be. So I request that all of you stand with me in a moment of silence as we mourn the loss of Shankivia Nicole Smith, a senior at Dadeville High School, who would have attended the University of Alabama this fall, 17 years old. Phil Dowdle, gifted athlete, senior at Dadeville High School, and tragically killed while celebrating his sister's 16th birthday, 18 years old. Marcia Emmanuel Collins, an aspiring musician who would be attending LSU this fall, 19 years old. And also Corbin Holston, who is 23 years old. Hold a moment of silence, please. And on behalf of Dadeville and District 81, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver, as well as Senator Hovey and Chambliss, and also represents that district. The chair would now like to recognize Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's known as Yom HaShoah. It is a day around the world that we remember the Holocaust. We just had a ceremony across the street at the archives with the governor and many in attendance to remember the Holocaust. And I would like to first, Mr. Speaker, move for 4 privileges to be granted to Rabbi Silberman, Rabbi Kramer, and Dr. Dan Puckett, the head of the Alabama Holocaust Commission.
You've heard the request. Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, these members are granted floor privilege. Representative Faulkner, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a resolution a time-sensitive resolution because today is the remembrance of the Holocaust that we would like to suspend the rules and ask for it to be considered.
Are there any objections to suspending the rules for consideration of the resolution? Hearing none, the clerk will receive the resolution.
Whereas the Alabama Holocaust Commission will host a 2023 State Yom HaShoah commemoration on April 18, 2023. To observe the passage of Yom HaShoah, the Alabama Holocaust Commission is overjoyed to announce that this year's Yom HaShoah commemoration will be held at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. And whereas Yom HaShoah was instituted by Israel in 1951 as a day of commemoration for the 6 million Jews who perished in the Holocaust, the largest manifestation of hate and intolerance in modern history. And whereas there is no institutionalized ritual for Yom HaShoah, Commemorations may include synagogue services, communal vigils, and educational programs, the lighting of memorial candles, and reciting of prayers for the departed are generally featured in the solemn ceremony. And whereas this year's ceremony will include a broadcast of various speakers, including government officials, figures from the Alabama Jewish community, and stories of Holocaust survivors and liberators. And whereas at this year's ceremony, the presence of Holocaust survivors who have died within the last year will be dearly missed after decades of sharing their stories and spreading awareness of the horrors they personally witnessed of those who suffered and died during the Holocaust. The ceremony will also commemorate and honor the memory of all victims of the Holocaust, including all living and recently departed Holocaust survivors. And whereas the Alabama Holocaust Commission was established by legislation in 1999 to foster understanding and promote education about the Holocaust, our good friends and colleagues, Representatives David Faulkner and Danny Garrett and Senator Jabbo Wagoner, are all active members of the commission. And whereas among the duties of the Alabama Holocaust Commission is the responsibility to enhance public awareness of the consequences and significance of the Holocaust. The enabling act of the commission states that it is the policy of the state of Alabama that Holocaust education is the proper concern of all peoples. And whereas events such as the 2023 Yom HaShoah commemoration are consistent with the mission of the Alabama Holocaust Commission, providing Holocaust education and focusing on citizen involvement in this commemoration. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that on this momentous occasion of the Yom HaShoah commemoration sponsored by the Alabama Holocaust Commission on April 18, 2023, we recognize and honor the memory of the lives lost in the Holocaust and honor those who survived to share their stories. Be it further resolved that events such as this year's Yom HaShoah commemoration are vital to enhancing public awareness of the consequences and significance of the Holocaust, and for instilling in our fellow people a sense of understanding of the true cost of hate and intolerance. By growing and learning from the past and extending grace and mercy, we achieve true victory over the evils of the world.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, and I would ask now for a vote on the resolution.
That's question for the body, is a vote on the resolution. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk, lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The resolution has passed.
Thank you very much, members and Mr. Speaker. Y'all, please take your seats, and I will be brief. I do want to thank Danny Garrett, Senator Wagner for being on the commission, and Philip will be joining us on the commission soon. Members, y'all know we've had survivors come on today and sit in this chamber. We are losing those survivors very fast. And since we don't have any survivors that could be here this year, I want you to remember Ruth Schuer Ziegler, who sat on this floor in front of this body when I told her story. Since she passed this past year, her and her sister both passed in September, I wanted to remind you the story I told to y'all when she sat with us a few years ago. Ilsa Schuer was 9 and Ruth Schuer was 6 when Hitler came to power, in 1933, over the next 12 years, the sisters would lose their family and their youth. They were born in Germany. In late August 1939, Ilse and Ruth and their mother joined their father in Holland, planning to obtain visas for passage to England and then America. Before they had a chance to leave, the war began and the borders were closed. Germany invaded Holland in May 1940, and Mr. Scheuer was sent to a refugee transit camp. 2 years later, the family voluntarily reported to the camp rather than be deported. The Scheuers were transported from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz. During an SS selection, the girls were separated from their mother, never seeing her again. It was also there that they last saw their father. The girls worked carrying bricks from one end of the compound to the other for hours at a time. Working close to the crematory ovens, they saw the mountains of shoes. For the first time, they realized their fellow prisoners were being killed and cremated. In February 1945, with Russian troops advancing, 800 young girls were taken on a 4-week death march toward the Baltic Sea, where presumably they were to be drowned. Only 50 survived out of 800. And that was Ilse. 2 of those were Ilse and Ruth, who sat here with us a few years ago. The others died en route. With the Russian army approaching, the girls were abandoned by their captors. Weak, ill, and with nowhere to go, they were left on the side of the road to die. Abandoned, the sisters contemplated suicide. They were kept alive by the hope that family members may have survived. The girls connected with the liberating soldier on the street and were taken to Russian headquarters. They were then transported to a hospital to recover from typhus, typhoid, and an infection resulting from an earlier beating by an SS woman. They found the Dutch army in Czechoslovakia and received proper documentation to return home to Holland. The number on their arm that was branded on their arm served as their train ticket. Remembering their father's wish to have them move to America, the sisters contacted family members in Omaha and Brooklyn. In July 1946, they arrived in, I didn't know this till I read this, Mobile, Alabama. And then they traveled on to Omaha. Both girls met and married German-born Jews in 1949. Ilse had 2 children and 5 grandchildren. Ruth had 3 children and 7 grandchildren. In 1960, Ruth and Walter, her husband, moved to Birmingham in my district to be closer to Ilse, who had moved there with her husband in 1949. Sisters and best friends, they remained close until the day they died. Sadly, they both passed away this past September. Members, these stories are very touching, but we should never forget the 6 million Jews who were murdered. And today is that day that we do remember this, and it's remembered all around the world. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'm going to ask Rabbi Silberman to say a few words, and then Dan Puckett, the president of the Holocaust Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner, Mr. Speaker, honored legislators. Every one of us in his or her own life has suffered loss, a loved one, perhaps of grave illness, perhaps of terrible attack or injury. We just are still suffering over the loss of lives in Dadeville. And loss always remains. How do we manage to go forward? It's based upon compassion and comfort, solace and support. And even as we are remembering Yom HaShoah, desolation that faced the entire world, I want to share a bit of love and support from the state of Alabama. I'm from Mobile. I moved here from a mix of Connecticut and New Jersey, thinking I'd be at the synagogue for just 2 years, and I fell in love with Mobile. And I'm here in Alabama and raised 4 kids because of the love that I felt through neighbors, Between yesterday, last night, today, and tonight, there are 6 commemorations of Holocaust remembrance in the state of Alabama. Over a span of maybe 60 or 70 hours, we'd expect a commemoration in Montgomery, and we just left that a few moments ago. But there are also commemorations in Selma, Birmingham, Mobile, Huntsville, and Jacksonville. Think about that. 6 different commemorations across the state of Alabama with a tremendous outpouring of honor, of concern, of humanity, of compassion, of love of people who are, well, not quite from my neighborhood, but still. And that's, I think, why I'm still in Mobile, Alabama, because of the earnestness and the caring of people from all over this state. And I appreciate you and your support of the Alabama Holocaust Commission and our entire state, for you are one of all of our citizens who bring love and honor and compassion into the world like light that chases away the darkness. Thank you for your concern. Thank you for being an embodiment of Alabama values. Shalom.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for those kind words. Thank you, David and Danny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the legislature, the House of Representatives, and even though the Senate is not here, I want to thank you on behalf of the Alabama Holocaust Commission for your support. You make what we do possible, and I've been invited here on a number of occasions, and I mean it every time. It's because of your support that we're able to spread Holocaust education. And I do want to single out, and I did it last year, and I'm going to do it again, because their support, David Faulkner, Danny Garrett, and even though he's not here, Senator Jabbo Wagner, are instrumental in the work of the Alabama Holocaust Commission. And as David said, we hope that Representative Ensler will join us this summer on the commission to continue that work. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, members, for this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair would like to recognize a Section FFA from Section Alabama, teacher Clay Mitchell and his students. Clay and his dad I went to school with his dad. Y'all stand up. Thank y'all for being with us today. I'd also like to recognize Hartsville City School in Morgan County, Brian Clayton, Bradley Claiborne, and Dr. James Joey, a guest of Leader Stathagen and Representative Parker Moore. The chair also would like to recognize the Billingsley FFA, Billingsley, Alabama, guest of Representative Van Smith and Kevin Lawrence. Also recognizing the FFA from Hubertville, the guest of Representative Kyle South. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, absence of members are excused. The chair further recognizes the chairman from Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 10th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 10th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, I'll read the journal as dispensed with. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Mobile. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the recognition. Okay, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Future Farmers of America Day. The Alabama Beer Association tonight reception at 5 p.m. The Alabama Department of Archives and History. Beer at Archives and History. The professional firefighters tonight from 5 to 7 at the RSA Plaza Terrace. And the Alabama Sheriff's Association is tonight from 5 to 8 at Union Station Train Shed. Remember, the Alabama Poultry and Egg Association omelet breakfast is tomorrow on the Capitol lawn from 7:30 to 9. Egg and poultry omelet breakfast on the lawn tomorrow. And further, members, remember to please turn in your statement of economic interest to the turn in your statement of economic interest.
Mr. Springer, further recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when we adjourn today, we agree to meet on Wednesday, April the 19th at 8:30 a.m. Tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports from standing committee. We'll receive those throughout the day. The House now is in position for introduction of bills and resolutions. Clerk, call first bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 67 by Representative Kirkland relating to Jackson County.
Recognize Representative Kirkland.
Mr. Speaker, we passed the Senate version of this bill last week. I moved that we postpone indefinitely House Bill 67.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? HB 67 has been indefinitely postponed.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 128 by Representative Wood R. relating to Calhoun County.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. Do you want to talk on the bill, Representative? No.
My light been on way back yonder.
Clerk, call first local bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 128 by Representative Wood R. relating to Calhoun County.
The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk on the locked machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays, 37 abstentions. BR has passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 128. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays, 85 abstentions. HB 128 has passed.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 150 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from St. Clair, Representative Hill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you a lot. I think this needs a little bit of explanation more than your normal local bills. We advertised a local bill. The purpose of this local bill was to put our revenue commissioner and our probate judge on the same salary level. However, after we got it published, and it was signed off on by all 4 members who represent part of St. Clair County, it came to our attention that sentences 29 through 37 could contain a situation where the revenue commissioner's salary could be raised during that particular term of office, which absolutely is not allowed. So what I have got, Mr. Speaker, is a amendment to the bill to remove lines 29 through 37, which would remove that potential problem.
Okay, let's get the BIR first.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays, and 45 abstentions. The BR has passed. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. While Ms. Hall is heading this way, let me recognize the Reeltown FFA, guest of Representative Ed Oliver, Tuscaloosa County board members, guest of Ron Bolton, Chris England, Kyle South, A.J. McCampbell, Curtis Travis, Bill Lamb, and Cynthia Almond. The Winston County Board of Education, guest of Representative Tim Wadsworth. Let's give them all a big hand. The chair recognizes the lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman
Certainly.
yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if I heard clearly what you were saying. I know you advertised.
Yes, ma'am. Here's the deal. This is a local bill.
Yes, sir.
It deals only with St. Clair County.
Right.
It's money, it's St. Clair County funds.
Right.
The purpose of the bill was to put the revenue commissioner and the probate judge on the same salary level.
Okay.
So we did that and we advertised. It was then called to our attention that potentially some of the language in the body of the bill would allow the revenue commissioner to get an increase in his salary during the period of time of that term, which is not allowed. Therefore, the amendment simply pulls those words out and does not allow that, changing not at all the purpose of the bill, which was to tie the revenue commissioner and the probate judge to the same salary level.
So you're not making, the way you advertise it, once you delete that language, then the bill is in line with what you advertise.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Now, changing it is going to make it unconstitutional.
No, sir. There's no material change in it, Mr. Jackson.
You're taking out language.
I'm taking out language that I believe to be unconstitutional in the language, but what it does not do is in any way change the intent and purpose of the bill, which is to tie the revenue commissioner with the probate judge. It just removes any extraneous language.
I hear you. Now, the reason why I came here because I had that same issue a few years back.
Yes, sir.
The advertising, and then we want to change it on the floor, and I was told we had to go back. It was unconstitutional. It might not be anymore. I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I listen, Mr. Jackson. I hear you, and I believe if there were any material change in this
cleared that up.
Bill, the purpose or what we're doing, I would agree. But what we're taking out is that which I do not believe could have been
taking
there in the
out
first
some
place.
good language.
Taking out language that shouldn't have been there.
Shouldn't have been there. But you need to talk to your county attorney because that's what messed me up. But thank you. I just wanted to make sure that they don't get upstairs and come back down to you.
I hope not.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
Thank you for the question.
The clerk received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 150 by Representative Hill.
Representative Hill, you have any further?
No, sir, that's all.
The question for the body is the adoption of the resolution. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 30 ayes, 0 nays, 70 abstained. The amendment has passed.
So I would now ask that the body, give me a favorable report or on the bill as amended.
That is question for the body is final passage as amended of HB 150. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 14 ayes, 0 nays, and 85 abstention. HB 150, you have to give a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 222 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 222. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 50 ayes, 0 nays, 48 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 222. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 5 yeas, 0 nays, 96 abstention. HB 22 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 236 by Representative Wood R. relating to Calhoun County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 47 ayes, 0 nays, 52 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 236. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 11 ayes, 0 nays, 84 abstentions. Bill has passed. The chair would like to recognize the Auburn FFA from Auburn High School in Lee County. Delegation is here for them. Also, Pike County FA. Representative Paramore. And all the city school boards from across the state. If you're a member of the school board and with us today, stand up. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 87 by the Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you are recognized.
Move for adoption.
Members' question for the body is adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Special order calendar has been adopted. Clerk, call first bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, House Bill number 164 by Representative Whitt relating to education.
Chairman Whitt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House. For the past 30 years, I've spent my life in the financial industry. And year after year, I have continuously witnessed the decline of consumers' ability to understand just basic personal financial skills. Waiting until students get into the adult world is often little too late. HB 164 is known as the Financial Literacy Bill. This bill will require public school students complete a course of personal financial literacy and money management before graduation. The instruction will include the following topics and will be incorporated into existing classes such as career prep or math classes as determined by the State Department of Education. These skill sets will be incorporated into an existing test that will be developed again by the State Department of Education. Proficiency now will be monitored and reported back on a yearly basis. Skill sets include types of bank accounts, balancing a checking account, basic principles of money management, types of loans, basic principles of personal insurance policies, percentages, computing interest rates, simple contracts, types of savings and investments, and this bill will become effective for students entering ninth grade in the 2024-2025 school year. This bill does not require that students pass this test before graduation. It does not increase teacher units, but utilizes existing course curriculum on a basis of study. Nor does the bill increase financial burdens on our school system. With the help of State Treasurer Young Boozer and our State Department of Education, this bill was drafted. We worked on it for 2 years. If you'll remember, we unanimously passed a resolution last year challenging Treasurer Boozer to develop and work toward financial literacy. This is this bill. These are not just math skills, but these are life skills. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I will ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan. Chairperson Collins will be the first person to speak on the BR.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank you for bringing this bill. I actually also came from a banking background, one at the same bank that you worked at.
That's absolutely
so
correct.
That was really good. But I've watched students. I think it's so important. I actually spoke about it at the Opportunity Summit that was last Friday, and all of the students were so excited to be able to think that they were going to graduate better prepared for life. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you for your help and your kind words. Thank you. Support.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I stood because on yesterday I had the honor of hearing a presentation from rural Alabama, Talladega school system, from their superintendent, how they turned their school around. And one of the things that she had included into one of their success story was financial literacy. And I immediately thought of you. And the reason I stood, because I know where your bill starts from. They're doing theirs with all of their middle and high school students. Right. And she said if she had the funds, she would go all the way to elementary students. And I told somebody in the meeting on yesterday about this bill, and I just stood to just say, you're on point. This is a really good bill that we need to help turn our state around and turn the lives of those who are poverty-stricken. Because we kept talking about the black belt, and Talladega's in the black belt. And if we can do more of this, perhaps we can raise and get people out of poverty. Yep. So I just wanted to thank you for it. And I thought that was so interesting when I saw that she had financial literacy. She also had vaping in there, both of which are close to my heart.
And I agree with you on the vaping bill, so I'm glad to support
but I just
that.
wanted to tell you, and I told her that this bill is on point. And so the superintendent said, well, I hope that bill passes, because it's when we can educate people on the dollar of what their pocketbooks, perhaps they can make good decisions to raise themselves up.
With the lack of financial literacy skills, individuals can pay up to $10,000 more in interest rates, higher rate loans, NSFs, et cetera. So I think that we need to start educating them, and I appreciate your support.
Well, thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Hurst. Be the third person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to kind of make this short. Number one, I appreciate what you're doing. I think it's a great step in the right direction. I've raised Cain about this for several years now. when we got kids that can't count, they can't read, and they can't do a checkbook, and they can't do cursive writing. You know, they had to fix it at the grocery stores and the convenience stores, but then hit a little button to know how much change to give on a $20 bill. That don't help our children. And what really teased me off is we put them in that predicament, but also something really gripes me, and I'm going to plant this seed in your mind and everybody else's mind. Years ago, we came with a phrase, failing schools. We need to change that phrase. You think about it. If you're a businessman, I'm a businessman, I got applications, and I look at it and I say, that's from a failing school, it's going in the trash can. Right. We branded that child as from a failing school. We've already branded him well, he don't have the opportunity to get a job. He has to go out here and fight on his own. That's our fault. It happened. I was here when it happened. But after it happened, I began to see what was going on. So what we need to do, and I'm going to ask the membership to look at this, we need to change that phrase, failing school. You think about anybody that's a business person, and they got 4 applications, they pick up that one that says failing school. This is a failing school, where are they going? Right. They don't even consider that.
Right.
So I'm going to ask for the mercy of the House, for everybody to take a little hard look at this and try to do something to correct this. But I'm for your bill, and I like it, and I thank you for bringing it.
Yeah, thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Thank you.
We need security in the chamber, please.
Oh, my Lord.
Do I?
Mr. Speaker, I think...
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman does not yield.
Mr. Speaker, we see these interesting gentlemen and lady coming from the Senate gloating about their victory last year. And I understand that they had 2 former MLB players on their team last year. You're going to need more than that this time. And Mr. Elliott is a fullback. Well, I tell you, tomorrow's going to be very interesting. We'll put it away in the first 3 innings.
There is a mercy rule, right? Mercy rule.
And if if you guys score 6 points, you win. I know you like to cut deals.
Okay, let's all boo them out of the chamber now.
Boo! 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 Boo!
Leader Daniels, we might want to give the audience an explanation of that interruption.
Yeah, last year we played a game. We had a number of players that were injured. They recruited some MLB players to play on their team, so it was a House versus a Senate softball game. And we are going to play this game tomorrow evening, and so the House will... We raised the most money. Absolutely, and we raised the most money last year, and so this year we got to make sure we raise the most money as well as get the most runs. And so we're going to... It's a competition between the House and Senate, and so we have fun, and it's a co-ed game, and so we have a lot of fun. But tomorrow, tune in to the news report. We want to make certain that all the news outlets report the scores tomorrow after the game this time. Mr. Witt, I certainly commend you again. I know that we've had discussions about this piece of legislation the course of the last year, especially over the summer, right, where we started talking about the need for financial literacy and education for our young people, and certainly appreciate you working really hard and being open to working with other members on this piece of legislation. Someone that's been in the banking industry, you understand this very well, and you understand the needs and where the gaps are, and so we certainly appreciate you bringing this piece of legislation. And I think that this is certainly something that's needed. Not even beyond our K-12 system, this is something that's very needed in our communities. It's something that's needed on our college campuses. And so I think that this is really a good step in the right direction, and certainly applaud you again for bringing this piece of legislation. I know that there have been a number of members in the chamber that you've engaged. You've worked also with the Department of Ed, Dr. Mackey in his office, as well as many others in the public and private sector on this particular issue. And so I just wanted to come and really just say I certainly thank the gentleman for this piece of legislation and look forward to supporting you in these efforts and being engaged in communities across the state of Alabama.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. One thing we'd like to tell the people up in the audience that just seen the Senate come in and disrupt the chamber, the softball game is tomorrow night at Biscuit Stadium, and last year the game raised over $15,000 that was donated to Big Oaks Ranch. Congratulate, good job, well done. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The VR has passed. Chairman Witt.
Yes, sir. If there's no further questions, I would ask for passage of HB 164.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not going to talk long because my voice is going, but I just want to say thank you for this bill. I'm in the schools all the time. When I was in school, we had BOE, which was Business and Education. They didn't call it the financial literacy, but it was BOE, and we were taught all the business aspects, you know, going out there out of high school. And so we have kids now that cannot write a check. We know that a lot of businesses, some do, I'm a business person, some I do direct deposit and some I do checks. So, but they still need to know the basics before they get out there, you know, and start doing things. And as the representative stated earlier, we have some kids that they can't even count money back to you. You know, I have given money back to kids that didn't know how to, you know, do change and everything. So I want to thank you for this bill because it's very well needed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes.
And I understand that we do need this bill, I know, but my concern is when you're talking about the people that would teach the curriculum, they do have to be trained. And what I hear most often from my teachers, it might sound as though this is a minor thing to pass on, but it's not. Because you got some educators that don't manage their own money well. But then you're going to require them to teach a program to our children, and they do have to be trained. And I heard you say the superintendent said it doesn't require anything extra, but it does. It's going to require whichever teachers that teach money management to be trained themselves to teach the curriculum so that the children could grasp it. It's not as if, you know, somebody just coming up and trying to teach them something. They need to teach them the proper way. So if I would encourage Superintendent Mackey and you as the sponsor of the bill to realize that those teachers that they give this task to will have to have some additional training, and that they be given that appropriate training in more than 30 minutes. Because the more stuff that we add to them from the teacher's perspective, they're constantly complaining because they might get a 30-minute training and they'll let go.
Right.
But then when it's time for you to be able to design that program so that your students will grasp what you're saying and be able to use it, you have to, they themselves have to have a way to present it to you. So it does require something more. And I would encourage you that I know Mr. Dr. Mackey probably don't want to speak back, you know, but I do think from your perspective, we need to let them know that those teachers need some additional training, because it might be a math teacher, and like my colleague said, used to be taught by the business teacher in the classroom, but I'm assuming we want to start this program in elementary school for them to do.
So this will be started in the high school level, and it will be incorporated into the career prep or math classes between 9th and 11th grade, and then we will actually incorporate that into a test so we could analyze the results of them passing or what, you know.
These children don't tell you they take enough tests.
Yeah, well, this is incorporated into an
in that
existing
testing
test.
period now for the month of April. But I still think that if it's a math person, but I do think you need to start in middle school, because that's pretty, as early as you could start it, the better off you're going to be. But I'm encouraging you to do the additional training and make it more than 30 minutes. And I don't know about the testing, because the teachers can do things during the classroom period to understand which child is able to do it, which ones need additional work, because we are testing our polar children to death, and we're requiring all of that paperwork on the teachers, and they got more than what they need right now. So I think if we're coming up with something, we shouldn't, from day-to-day classroom or however many days they offer, the teachers could do something within the classroom itself rather than setting aside a specific test to determine whether they know that. They get enough of that right now. And in those testing, the testing time, all of that falls on the teachers, and we wonder why our teachers can't do even more in the classroom, because we give them too much paperwork. They spend more time doing paperwork based upon testing and the requirements we put out. But I think the training is necessary, and if possible, we could do something, another mechanism to determine whether they've grasped the information or not.
So, good Lord willing, I've got several more years here in the House through this quadrennium. This is the first this is the start of the process.
Yeah, but
I will be there.
And if we could do that, because I hear that all the time. We put something in place, the teachers have to do it. We pretty much say, this is what was given to us from Montgomery, you all do it. So we need to put something specific in place and then give them the training so that we'll have everything that's standardized for them to learn and for the teachers to be able to present it. And then let's look at it to see if we can remove that specific testing and put something in place. You used to have your final exam in your classroom. You didn't have to go to a different testing to do that. So somehow we could include that in a series of exams that the teacher does in the classroom, rather than one overall test to see if the student grasps the information.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Representative Bourne. Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will you yield?
Absolutely, yes.
Appreciate you bringing this bill. I think it's very important, very necessary, and I applaud it. One thing I just want to clarify, though, that a lot of people have mentioned about balancing a checkbook and things. A lot of younger people today, and younger people maybe is getting older every day, but they don't write checks, right?
Right.
They do things different. So you're looking at EBT cards, you're looking at the Venmo type things, you're looking at all those type of things. I'm assuming that this financial literacy will incorporate that, because they also tend to not carry cash. We're talking about 21st century financial literacy.
That's correct, and it was left broad, and the State Board of Education will have some room there to adjust. I've left it when the first bill came out, balancing, the check register. Well, how many carry check registers anymore?
Right.
So,
yeah.
But that's what it is. It's wide open there.
Yeah, I know. Just one little anecdotal thing. Like at my church several years ago, we started allowing for other forms other than just cash or checks for donations, and now probably 60% of our donations are in those forms. So, as that transitions, it's just important that those principles be taught? Because there's some financial literacy principles with all this applications as well.
Yes, and certainly, as I stated, I hope this is my first step moving forward.
Well, thank you for bringing the bill. It's
Thank
very
you.
important.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing this bill. First and foremost, being an educator myself, and how times has changed since I was in the classroom, and our children has changed, and like Mr. Garrett just got through saying, people they don't want no check. They don't want paper. They deal in digitals and electronic cards. But I want to say, I heard you say this, and I commend you for saying it's more than just math skills, it's life skills. I taught, and I was a counselor. And it's going to take, I guess, somebody at the house to help these young people when they coming up, how to manage. Reason why they don't know because they don't have anything to manage. But this is a great way to send them into the future, into a career, and they're going to be in career technology relevant in the normal setting of class. There's going to be career tech classes that these courses will be taught, which I'm grateful and I'm glad to hear that we're going to start doing something for these our students. If we want to move Alabama.
That's right.
It's going to take all of us working together to make that happen. It's going to take all the resources that we can muster. See, putting money in the program and not putting the experience and the expertise of how to get these programs off paper and in reality. Right. So I'm very grateful to you for bringing this. But I want to say that Alabama, when we look at Alabama and look at education in Alabama, we desire a lot of improvement.
We do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair would like to recognize Thorpetown Senior Adult Group from Russellville. Gift to Representative Jamie Kill. Let's give them a big hand. Also would like to recognize Beauregard's FFA chapter. Let's give it from Lee County delegation. Let's give them a big hand. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've gotten a lot of accolades for this bill. So I'm not giving, I'm not going to.
Not just me. It's a lot of work put into it.
And I believe that because, you know, I think one of the first things you mentioned when you came to Montgomery is that you felt that it was important that we provide or make sure that our young people know their financial literacy.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, I'm interested in what do you envision? What would that course look like?
The course?
Yes.
The course of study, again. So the types of bank accounts that's offered. Okay, so whether it would be a savings account, a checking account, what will that look like as far as, and opening the kids and our students to these different accounts maybe that they're not aware of. I've got story after story of 30 years of banking of where, you know, students would come in and didn't have a checking account, was going to their local convenience store to cash a check, a payroll check. One individual was working 2 hours a week just to cash his check. That's wrong. That's wrong in Alabama, and we shouldn't be doing it. So types of banking.
Stop right there. So in your mind, we're not going to be able to stop those people that's
Not
doing
at this
it.
point.
We're not going to be able, but in your mind, when we look at young people, that we share those stories or have individuals sharing those types of stories, certainly seems to me that would make sense. How do you help people? Let's say, because you're talking about the students, but you got another group of people over here that are the adults, so we have that issue as well.
So, there's conversations for next year's particular legislation that increases this, and maybe let's start putting in, making sure that it's in the orientation classes of junior colleges across. We need to ramp it up as these individuals graduate. If they don't have the skill set that they need for financial literacy and basic savings accounts, understanding interest rates, protecting their credit scores. States that have financial literacy, it has been proven that their credit scores will be raised 20 to 30 points off of financial literacy that it went through the courses. 20 or 30 points saves thousands of dollars on mortgage loans. So going back to your original question, banking accounts, we're looking at those. Balancing your checking account. Insufficient fees, or when you bounce a check, is $35. We need to make sure that we understand how to balance a checkbook.
Of course.
Basic principles of money management, which is your credit scores, managing your debt, and looking at high interest loans of credit cards. Okay, are there alternatives? Evaluating your types of loan, basic principles of personal insurance policies. Understanding percentages as your taxes. People don't understand that when you get paid $10 an hour, you're not bringing home $10 an hour.
Exactly.
Computing interest rates by various mechanisms. Simple contracts. Bill of sales. Understanding how to purchase a car.
And I have a college degree, and sometimes I don't understand those contracts. So, you're going to need more than money management for that.
And then looking at types of savings and investments. Is what we're looking at.
Thank you. So when I look at this, it says that 1 unit of academic credit for any math course for high school, this would be, it could be taught in the math department, it could be taught in the business department, and it could be taught in the career.
So, yes, the Department of Education had asked that we would leave that paragraph in there to give them the latitude to put it in a math class if they needed to. So the career prep class is where the majority of these are, but if we need to move it into a math class, a couple of these components, they'll have the ability to do that.
Well, it didn't necessarily say they had to take the math class, but this in another area, such as career prep, could qualify for a math credit. That's the way I read that.
It's not that they would qualify for a credit.
Well, listen to this. The
Okay.
State Department, I'm on page 2.
Yep.
Before June 2024, and in accordance with section whatever, the State Department shall identify approved financial literacy course that may fulfill 1 unit of academic credit for any math course.
And that's where you were taking some of these components and putting them in that math course. So that math course would already count for that academic credit.
See, so I hear you saying that the math course would count as opposed to...
If it was already accounted, they would move a couple of these into that math class if that's already counted as an academic class credit.
So,
they have the opportunity to do that, but currently these skill sets are already in the career prep class.
The financial literacy...
They are. Every one of these are already in the career prep class. They're standards, they're not essentials. Therefore, they're not tested on.
What's that digital money that's going up and down, the digital...
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. So
That is that's not covered in Yeah, if you understand Bitcoin, let me know.
No, I don't. But, I do know some people that do understand it and think highly of it until it went under or went down. But I do think it is needed. And I will share a story. I was in Maryland with a friend of mine. The cash register, we were in the restaurant. We got ready. She gave the individual the money for the bill. and that young person, the cash register was down. And I stood there with her, and she taught that young lady a math lesson right there on how to give monies back. And I do say this all the time, that those skills are certainly needed, and I appreciate the fact that you brought it, but also I like the idea and hope that the idea does include the more modern approach to banking, et cetera, such as,
Yes.
using the square and that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for comments.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 164. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Sometimes there's no hope.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 164 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, I have been asked to open it up for co-sponsors.
The question is to open it up for co-sponsors. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members of co-sponsor. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 co-sponsors on HB 164. Representative Witt, is that your first bill?
It's the first bill this session. Yes, it is. So a round of applause. Yes.
I thought you was going to say it was the first good bill you passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 68 by Senator Chambliss relating to the retirement systems of Alabama.
Chairman Pettis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill we have passed out of this House the last 3 years. It stalled upstairs every year, so this year we decided to start upstairs. What this bill does, it opens up the police retirement Tier 2 plan to employees of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency who are certified by the Alabama Peace Officer Standards and Trainings Commission, who performs law enforcement duties, and will modify the Tier 2 benefits received by state police Tier 2 members to allow 25-year retirement and hazardous duty time, and would clarify that an employee of the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency who is certified by the Alabama Peace Officer Standards and Trainings Commission is a state policeman. Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR. Those questions.
That's question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Chairman Pettis.
Mr. Speaker, I would call for final passage.
That is the question for the body is final passage of SB 68. Clerk will unlock the machine and members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 68 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 43 with substitute by Representative Warren relating to education.
Representative Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleagues, all of you that are returning, I'm back again. I'm back with the kindergarten bill again this year. Hopefully for all of our new members, you will understand the importance of what we're trying to do here. This bill is what we refer to as a first grade readiness bill. What we're trying to do is to make sure when a student reaches the first grade, they have the minimum competence that they could get in kindergarten before entering the first grade. this issue has really become an important issue in the state of Alabama. At the January meeting of the Alabama State Board of Education, they adopted this administrative code. This administrative code is first grade readiness, and they want each local board consistent with Section 1628-4 shall adopt and implement policies that ensure students being enrolled in or promoted to the first grade can demonstrate first grade readiness. Because, you know, it's a sad day in the state of Alabama that we would allow a student to get to the third grade and not read efficiently. And that's where we are. So this bill is trying to prevent a child from having to stay back in the first grade by having the solid foundation they need when they reach the first grade. So again, this is our first grade readiness bill. As you all know, in the governor's state address, she stated that she wanted to make kindergarten mandatory. This bill doesn't make kindergarten mandatory. What it basically does is put the decision off in the hands of the parents, and the parents will make the decision as to what they want their kids to do. But at the same time, in order to get in the first grade, they have to show these competencies. They can get homeschooling, private schooling, religious schooling, as long as they have the competencies based on an assessment, they will be able to enter the first grade. With all that said, Mr. Speaker, I would now ask for the BR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Yield.
Yes.
Now, with your bill, will it make it mandatory then for students to be in K4 and K5?
It does not make it mandatory. It's opening the doors for them, and before they get to the first grade, they're going to have to be assessed to see if they have the competency required for a kindergarten.
When they've been with grandmama them, they ain't ready.
Well, they need to go to kindergarten. Their grandmama need to be putting them in kindergarten.
Well, they don't. And I've had a little girl, and when she got to her parents put in first grade, she had the hardest time, which I know is needed. But if we got a bill to say they got to be ready, the average parent right now can't even, they can put them in K4 and K5 if they have enough spaces. You know, with that K4 program, I think the governor is putting additional monies in her budget this time so that we can offer more spaces for children to be in K4 and K5 around the state. Other than that, I think you're penalizing them, because if their parents aren't educated oriented and they don't make any provisions before they get to first grade, then that's that group that's always going to be behind. When I got concerns about that. And I just think that before we get to saying they've got to be ready for first grade, which some parents would do it, but the majority that hadn't done it, they are not going to do it until we make K4 and K5 mandatory. And I understand on a federal level, the goal is now is to make K3 mandatory, which puts us in line with some other countries that start their children in kindergarten at 2.5, where they are more than and ahead of us and our children. But if we're doing this, we've got to first make K4 and K5 mandatory so that all of our children will have that same opportunity. But if we're leaving it up to the parents, and the parents ain't on that wave, Lynn, Because you got some parents with some of the programs we've had to start, I know in Birmingham in the past, as the parent was uneducated from the perspective that the parents couldn't read. And if the parents couldn't read, they felt it was an insult when the children even got to first grade and came home to help them with their work because they can't read. I think they just introduced us to a program in Birmingham where they're trying to help from 3 to 5-year-olds. And even in that program, I asked, what about the parents who can't read? And that program has nothing in place to pull the parents in so that we could teach them to read. I know at one point in our Birmingham system, if a teacher identified a parent that couldn't read, we had a separate program that was set aside where that teacher would recommend the parent to the program. And once they did that, the staff from the program would come and talk to the parent to encourage them to get in their program to teach them how to read. And even better
Was that there's the hippie program?
No, it wasn't. It was a program that Birmingham came up with, but one of our superintendents shut it down. But we had ran it for years in Birmingham, and not only did we help those parents learn to read, but we helped them get a high school diploma, and through that same program where we were working with their children, we also worked with them if they wanted to get a 2-year or 4-year college, because at that point, you taking the whole family along, and it's more holistic from that perspective. But I think that my biggest concern here is that, yeah, we could mandate this, that they're ready, but I can envision all of the things that we got to look at in the different households that's going to leave a lot of children behind because their parents aren't prepared. And we have to think about that. But I think the need is there, but I think that there are some more steps that we got to take before we get to that. And I would encourage whatever we could do to make that K4 and K5 mandatory rather than leaving that even up to the parents. And I think that we'll be on the way to properly getting providing the quality and quantity of education that our children need. But thank you for bringing this.
Representative Moore, I want to say, I agree. It should be mandatory, but it's a process, and you understand when in this body we have to work a process. So we start off at this level. Hopefully we can come back and say that it's going to be mandatory. But this is our beginning step to try to get ready for it.
But I can tell you quite a few children in my district are the ones, because I represent one of the poorest areas, they're going to be left behind. When some of those young people are really smart, they just need that exposure to structured learning. But if they're stopped because they don't meet the basic requirements to go because they didn't have that help at home, or their parents didn't have that presence of mind to try to put them in what's offered for free. You know, and as long as you don't make it mandatory, we just understand we got that group of parents that's not automatically going to fall into the necessity to provide something better for their children. But I appreciate this. It's just that the before is what my concern is. But thank you so much.
We're going to keep on. What I want to see in the end is Alabama ranking improve. This is all we're just trying to make sure that what we're doing is giving these kids solid foundations so Alabama won't be ranked number 50 in education all the time. And it's that foundation that's going to build that child to where they're going.
Yeah, but we still got to worry about that group over here.
I know.
That's the group, statistically they say, that some of these are so smart that they're going to be the criminals. Because when they get so far behind, I have them because, you know, in my opinion, we need to go back to K-8 schools in the first place. Because I have that group that get in that 6th grade, and because they feel like they've been left out, they sit there and wait to the time that they could drop through the crack and don't even have to go into high school. So a lot of things we're doing we leaving so many cracks that we just got to work on the cracks. Because I got them, and I'm asking the principals if they would just let us come in and talk to some, but so many of them feel so lost. And then when they're in that zone, it's easy for the negative elements to get a hold of them because we're not doing as much as we can to protect them and to seal those cracks that they're falling into. So I appreciate what you're doing. It's just that I would hope somewhere a miracle
We're
happens.
keep on fighting. We're not giving up. We're going to keep on fighting.
Yeah, that
As a
miracle
matter of
happens.
fact, I was telling someone the other day, I prayed constantly, and on this bill, I prayed so hard. I said, Lord, what do I have to do to get this point across? And the answer came back to me. He said, Pam, I'm not through with you yet. You got to keep on fighting to get this program solid in the state of Alabama. And believe you me, you can get my guarantee. I'm going to follow up on the research, how these kids are performing. And what hopefully, like I say, by the time we get them to the third grade, we will see a difference.
Yeah, because then I'm hoping with what the governor has in her plans and budget to make sure that we have even more K-4 classes, because every school district don't have their full complement of K-4 or K-5 classes. But what she's saying she's putting in the budget this year, that's going to propel us on and maybe go hand in hand with what you're trying to do.
Yes.
I think.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Fayette, Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Warren, we get to come and discuss this again. I think this is the fourth or fifth year in a row.
We can lovably disagree.
That's right.
We can.
That's right. Well, I appreciate you taking some time with me this morning and told you what my issues are. And really, it's just that one point of a 4-year-old being able to start kindergarten. And while it pushes that date back from September 1 to December, I think, in the bill, it does give me some heartburn. And, I think this year we'll be somewhere around $100 million investing in pre-K. And that's where I see those 4-year-olds needing to be. And if we're putting that much money into it, we're kind of giving them that jump start and those opportunities to come through. Now, I will say, and like we discussed, there are challenges in the pre-K world. We need to do a better job of needs-based appropriations in that, in my opinion, and fully funding some of these systems where they may not have the same opportunities as are available other places. But, I think unless we're going back to a time where a 3-year-old can go to pre-K, which I don't think that's the intent, that 4-year-old needs to be in that pre-K setting prior to going into kindergarten. And I think the other end of their educational journey is maybe where that gets highlighted even more when they become seniors and graduate from high school, and you've got a 17-year-old going off to college. I was one of those, and I'll be the first to admit that I was not mature enough and not ready for it. And so that's my concern. The rest of the bill, I agree. Those kids need to be ready for the first grade. I go so far as to say that, statutorily right now, a child could go to pre-K, sit out the next year, and then show up the first day for first grade. And if we're taking state dollars and investing on the front end in that pre-K, we need to make sure they're going through that process and not missing out that year of education along their journey.
Well, see, I think that's what's happening in a lot of these cases. They're doing that. And like I said, I've been told that what my bill is doing is legalizing what's already going on in the state. They're finding ways to either put their kids in private schools, have them transfer out, or I also learned this morning that a lot of them will let them stay out, put them in first grade, and then have them test out of first grade, and they will automatically move them up to that other level. So I think it all depends on that student's ability. And my thing is, we cannot hold a student back because of our limitations. It should be open. A kid should excel as far and as fast as they want to. And it's just, I'm trying to be fair to everybody. And, you know, as a minority in this group, as an African American, as a Democrat, I know we got a supermajority here. But what I hear the Republicans are saying is that they don't want to be mandated and they want to give parents the choice. And this bill gives the choice to the parent. The parent has to initiate this. The school system can't. It has to be initiated by the parent. So it's, you know, the parents should know their kids. That's why we're leaving it to the parents. The parents should know what their kids' abilities are. And I don't think any parent would really want to put their kids in a situation that they know they're going to be a failure.
Well, and I appreciate that. You know, the mandate itself doesn't bother me quite as much. We all want those children to be ready to be able to travel alongside their peers through that education. But it's just the age. So I appreciate your time. I won't take any more of it. And appreciate you listening to me today.
Thank you. And we look forward to improving the performance of students in the state of Alabama. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Pettis. Be the third person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me and you've talked about mandatory kindergarten and different things. Told you about a first grade teacher I had. She said on day one you can tell who's had pre-K and kindergarten. But what she told me is she has to spend all of her time on the ones who did not to try to get them up to the level. So the ones who have pre-K and kindergarten are suffering because we don't mandate it.
Right.
So like I said, I would like to see it mandated kindergarten and have everybody, when they get to first grade, all be on the same level so we move everybody up.
Okay, let's say if this one goes through successfully this time, let's try to come back the next time and
I'm ready for it. And I appreciate you bringing this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stahagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. Representative, thank you for bringing this bill.
Well, like I said, you know, I don't know how long you've been around here. I know it's probably about 6 years. I've been trying, but I got to stay persistent because I know our children need it.
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes you can't fix education on a line item.
Yeah.
You got to get kids in school and get them educated. And some parents don't put forth the effort they need to in their kids' education. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clock will unlock the machine, record the votes.
Hallelujah. Oh. That's
Clerk
all
will
right.
lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 5.
Drummond?
Machine's already locked. You'll have to come down and record it. 91 ayes, 5 nays, 4 abstentions. The BR has passed. Representative Warren.
If there are no other concerns, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Chairperson Collins.
Oh, please put me down. I don't know what those folks up there doing.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to the bill. Right now, the intent of this bill is to make sure our children are first grade ready by first grade. And we...
Representative Collins, is this amendment to the bill?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we've got a committee sub. We've got to work first.
I will wait on that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any of those other questions with the sponsor as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield? You yielding?
Yeah, oh, yes,
You
yes,
smile.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Since you now have 3 grandbabies and I passed me and you got to put them in kindergarten, let's talk,
That's
okay?
right. Okay. Well, first of all, you and I have had many discussions about this topic. And I think the first couple of years I didn't support your bill. Last year I did. The synopsis says that this mandates kindergarten, but it really doesn't. As you pointed out, it doesn't mandate it. It does require, though, that a child before they enter first grade demonstrate an assessment that they have first grade readiness. That's determined by an assessment which looks at developmental skills and physical skills and some other things, broad-based. It's not a test. A lot of people in my district, and you know my district well, do not want to be mandated kindergarten, and I think that's important for a lot of our constituents that it's not be seen that way. But I do think there's some good points being made about the fact that children who get to first grade who are not ready for first grade, when others who have been through pre-K, kindergarten, and are ready, there's that gap. And that's frustrating for those children who are not to that level. It's frustrating for those children who are at that level. And I think overall, common sense-wise, it impacts the ability and the progress of that entire classroom. I think it's frustrating on teachers. So I think the spirit of what you're trying to do is to say, look, we want children to be ready, we want to help them prepare to be ready, but we're not taking that decision out of the hands of parents who don't want, for a variety of reasons, for children to go to kindergarten. A lot of the parents in my district who don't go to kindergarten work with their children at home. Their children are ready for first grade. We have a very good school systems in our district. So I'm comfortable with that. My question is, though, if a child does not meet the first grade assessment, okay, they're not determined not to be ready for first grade, what happens then? Is kindergarten mandated then, or they just have to wait a year and come back, and then do they have to take the test
They
again?
go and they take the kindergarten curriculum. And really, if they progress and show rapidly improvement, I'm pretty sure that kid will be put on the first grade. If based on that individual child and the evaluation of the teacher and what the school system is doing, I don't see them holding a child back who has those general competencies for kindergarten.
But a child who shows up who doesn't make the readiness assessment, doesn't successfully complete that, the parent then is required to take them to kindergarten, or just has to say, you've got to wait a year to come back?
They go to kindergarten.
Okay. Well, again, I think your passion for this subject has been tremendous. I know your heart on the subject, and you fought for it. I think you've worked with a lot of people to get to a compromise situation for a lot of us. I think this is, it makes common sense. I think you're not making it mandatory, and I'm comfortable in supporting your bill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the substitute. Clerk, unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the vote. 92 ayes, 7 nays, 3 abstentions. The committee sub has been adopted. The chair recognizes a lady from Morgan, Chairperson Collins.
Now, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment. The intent was always on first grade readiness for those children that just come to school as a 6-year-old. And that was our intent. But on line 89, we never did actually spell it out. And so I have an amendment that actually spells out if they're not ready for first grade, then they'll get to start in kindergarten.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 43 by Representative Collins.
Representative Collins.
It simply adds one sentence on line 89. If a child does not meet first grade readiness as determined on the assessment approved by the State Board of Education, the child shall enroll in kindergarten.
I will accept this amendment.
Ms. Hall, you want to speak to this amendment? The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but Lady Yield.
Chairperson Collins, you're recognized.
Yes. So I see what you're doing, and I'm fine with it, but I've been sitting there thinking, as we go through this process, these children that are not meeting the needs, we've not talked about anything as it relates to...
That are not what?
If we are not meeting the needs of these children, if they're not ready for kindergarten...
Well, this is about first grade. This is not that other issue. This is if they're not ready for first grade, then they shall start in kindergarten because they're 6 years old.
Right. So what happens if a parent says, no, I want my child to go to first grade?
Then they would not be able to. They'd have to start in kindergarten.
And then the resources. So where do we
in
take care of?
kindergarten, then we'd be able to provide those resources so they'd be prepared for first grade the next year.
Or that resources would be in addition to what is already, or what you would think a kindergarten teacher
I
would
think
provide?
kindergarten teachers would be able to provide what those children needed. This is mainly the children that have never been in school before. They show up as a 6-year-old. They've not gone to pre-K. They've not been in any kind of a program. And like Representative Warren has said before, they don't know their letters. They don't know their colors. They're not ready for first grade. They need to be starting in kindergarten.
And I understand that, but in the process, the only thing that I was asking you is that many of these kids who don't know there is a need for even what the kindergarten curriculum provides, that there are some additional needs that should be provided. And so that's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With it, young lady Yield.
Yes.
Chair Collins, I want to pick up where Ms. Hall left because I'm a little bit. So if those children, is there some sort of an assessment that they will receive to determine if they're ready?
Yes, there will be. This has been the point of the bill the whole time. The State Department of Education will come up with an assessment, and they pretty much they know what they're going to do. The state board will approve that. So when a 6-year-old shows up to school, because legally you have to go to school as a 6-year-old, if they show up and they're not ready for the first grade, then they'll start with kindergarten.
Okay, just as Representative Warren's bill gives the parent the choice, will this amendment allow parents to have the choice if they want to go ahead and put that child in first grade?
This amendment would say if they're not prepared for that, which is exactly what the bill says, if that child comes to school and they're not prepared to be in first grade, then they just get to start in kindergarten.
So the parent won't have a choice in that matter?
It'll be the best thing for that child at that point. And I think if they've not had their child in school for 6 years, then I think kindergarten would be the best place for that child to begin.
So in effect, that child will be sort of held back a year, right?
Not really held back. They'll just start in the most appropriate place. I think a lot of families, even if they had their children in preschools or in childcare or in some other education, they still may hold their child. I mean, I held my grandchild. We held our grandchild back in kindergarten for 2 years.
But again, the parent won't have a choice if that child's not ready.
If they're not ready, they'll need to start in kindergarten, so they'll be prepared for first grade the next year.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The chair thanks the lady. The question for the Chairman Baker? No, okay. So the question is the adoption of the amendment. The sponsor says it's a friendly amendment. Clerk unlock the machine, record the votes. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 92 ayes, 5 nays, 5 abstentions. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Warren.
If there are no other amendments, I ask for our final approval of the substitute bill.
That is question for the body is final passage of HB 43. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 87 ayes, 12 nays, 1 abstention. HB 43 has passed.
Thank you.
As substituted.
And hopefully I won't be back next year with it, okay?
Chair thanks the lady. Chair, clerk call the next bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 242 by Representative Crawford relating to livestock.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good that we still have some of our FFA friends here. This is a bill dealing with livestock. In Alabama, when we used to be a free-range state, they changed that, and the Alabama laws have been such that if you have a livestock get out of your fence without your knowledge, then your liability is different. What we're wanting to do is because of growth of a lot of cities into agricultural areas, some cities have an interest in making it more strict, that they aren't using your knowledge. They're just saying that if they're out, you're guilty, period. So this says that the state law would be the most strict law that an ordinance of a city can have. So it cannot be any more strict. They can have all the ordinances they want dealing with it, but it must be within the state law of what the restrictions are, that you must have a mental knowledge of that animal out to take that liability on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for the BIR.
That's question for the body is the BIR. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 147 by David Sessions, I would like to substitute that at this time for this bill. It's exactly the same bill.
Question for the body is substitute the bill. All in favor say aye. Motion passes. Chairman Crawford.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions, or I'll ask the final passage of SB 147.
Okay, we got to pass a BR on the Senate bill, Mr.
I'm sorry, the BIR on the Senate, excuse me.
Okay. Representative Rogers, you want to speak on the BIR? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, we get a mighty hurry to start paying the Senate bills here. I'm for your bill, but I ain't too anxious about paying all these Senate bills. I don't know what they're doing in the Senate. Can anybody tell me, are they passing our bill upstairs yet?
I do not know. Maybe
I'm asking anybody. Anybody tell me, said, I'm always one way the Senate do something first. We get so happy. Whatever it passes, the Senate is gone. So I want to know if the Senate passing our bill upstairs, we had to worry about that.
Maybe our rules chairman can give us an update. I do not.
Somebody give me an update about what the city doing. Mr. Speaker, is that fair enough? If the Senate passing, where our rule share? Laverne. Where rule share? Go talk to him. Go talk to him.
Representative Rogers, we don't have that yet. We ain't got it. We'll get it to you. We don't have it today. And we've swapped out some bills. I know they've passed as many House bills as we have Senate bills. It's just we've met with Pro Tem this morning about that.
I just want to know that because we get real happy down here in the past. Like I remember before we started paying all these Senate bills, and all of a sudden our bills is languishing in purgatory somewhere, and and don't quite make it. So, because if we paid all the Senate bills, so we have no leverage anymore. I don't want to get to that point in this session. Understand? Appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I'm taking your word now. They have to come back down here if we hopping on one leg and they ain't passing our bills. All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you explain the difference? And you said it's the same bill. What are the penalties in these bills?
The penalties are whatever the ordinances carry. It just says that the ordinance cannot be any more strict than what the state recognizes as knowledge and liability.
I just want to clear that up. The city can't overrule state law.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BR of SB 147. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court to vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BR for SB 147 has passed. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to indefinitely postpone House Bill 242. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Final passage. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got to step off.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 147. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 147.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, now I would like to request to indefinitely postpone House Bill 242.
The question for the body is indefinitely postponing House Bill 242. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been indefinitely postponed.
Thank you, members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 180 by Representative Fiddler relating to agriculture.
Representative Fiddler, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce HB 180, which changes the referendum for our peanut growers. That referendum would go from 3 years to 5 years. The referendum is the vote that sets out the amount of the assessment that the peanut farmers pay, the method of how the assessment is collected, and the date and hours of the voting places. The second thing the bill does is the Department of Agriculture collects money to use their administration fee. So they would be collecting $20,000 less. So this would be additional money that would actually go to the Peanut Producers Association. The third thing is the way the referendum is publicized. The publication would go from a newspaper to a trade magazine, which is the same way that other commodities are publicized now. And then the last thing is that the audit for the sheep and goat referendum. That audit would go from a every 2-year audit to every 5 years, simply because we're paying so much, or we're expending so much more money on the audits. So we collect about $6,000 a year. The audit is costing $3,300 every 2 years, so that would be extended. I'd like to call for any questions, Mr. Speaker, if that's...
Question be the adoption of the BIR.
Okay, the question is, can I move for adoption of the BIR?
Yes, ma'am, you can. That's the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is passed. Representative Fiddler.
And if we don't have any more questions, or do we have any more questions on that? No. Oh, excuse me. I would like to move to substitute the Senate Bill 91. Substitute 91. Senate Bill 91, if we can substitute that. That's what I'd like to make a motion.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Field, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. I represent a large number of farmers in my district, and they told me to support this bill, and I do what my farmers tell me to do, and trying to help them out. That's what I'm up here for, to help them out. And I thank you 100% for bringing this bill, and I'm voting for it.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Fort. Thank you, Representative Fort. There were many co-sponsors on HB 181, all the representatives that represent large peanut farmers, and I appreciate that. Is there any other questions? Make a motion to, for the
I think the
BI.
question for the body is substitute Senate Bill 91.
I make that motion for the substitute the Senate Bill 91.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The bill has been substituted. Representative Fiddler.
And I would like to move for the final passage of.
Let's do the adoption of the BIR.
I'd like to move for the BIR for SB 91.
That's question for the body is the adoption of the BIR for Senate Bill 91. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed.
So if there's, I'd like to move for final passage of SB 91.
Okay, that's the question for the body is final passage of SB 91. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 91 is passed. Congratulations on passing your first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, FFA and farmers.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 157 by Representative Faulkner relating to public works contracts.
Representative Faulkner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, adding iron with steel, I'd move for the BIR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR.
Let's support Alabamians.
Clerk unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Jim Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
How you doing, sir?
Great. How are you, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I just don't like when we go that fast.
Oh, well.
You know, it's
I
a process. It's a process.
Yes, sir.
And saying that this is about steel and iron and supporting Alabamians does not explain the bill.
I agree with you.
Yes, so let's go through the process.
I kind of got pushed into that, and I apologize to you.
Yeah, so we have to push back some because, you know, we have responsibility. I drove 2.5 hours up here to hear you talk about this bill. So.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Representative Bracy, so currently under federal law for public works projects, we you have to use American-made steel and iron.
Okay.
In Alabama law, for public work projects, you have to use steel made in America. All this bill does is add one word to say that in Alabama law, we're going to require the use of American-made iron as well as steel.
Okay, and you say for what kind of projects?
Public works projects.
So this would be through like the county or the municipalities. Who all would this impact?
Yeah, for me, it's the state of Alabama and any political subdivision thereof.
Okay, so anybody that will do any public works projects, I guess anybody that will operate under the bid law and things like that, you're
Yes,
asking them to use. Okay.
And we have a lot of iron producers in this state.
Right, we
That's
have
why.
one that used to be in my district. TK, Otopunku. Right.
And we have a lot up in, I know in my area.
U.S. Steel.
You've got several. You've got what used to be a SIPCO. It's still a SIPCO. I believe it's in Representative Moore's district. And so, but we have a lot of iron producers, and that's kind of where Birmingham.
Got the name the Steel. Was it Steel City?
Well,
or what is it? It's Steel something because
the Magic City, but it was.
But it's something, some kind of steel title, something that y'all have going on up there.
Well, it's for
iron.
It's for iron, and that's what we're adding is that word iron in here. So
okay,
yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not going to take the whole 10 minutes.
I do apologize for that.
But I just like to go through the proper process and make sure that everybody have an understanding because you see, I read the bills like I got a whole stack of them, and I just want to make sure that we give the due diligence and respect to the process. So.
And I agree with you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
My apologies. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman.
Yes, I was moving for final passage. Yes.
That's the question for the body is final passage of HB 157. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 157 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 13 would substitute by Representative England relating to municipal corporations.
That's the question is adoption of the BIR.
So moved.
I was talking to too many people, Chris. Excuse me. Just start all over for me.
All right. You scared me. I should have got you as a co-sponsor. House Bill 13, it seeks to fix a problem that was created when an amendment was adopted on a bill a couple of years ago regarding the issuance of citations. Right now, municipalities have the ability to issue citations for certain offenses which are issued in lieu of arrest. And there was an amendment put on the bill a couple of years ago that said if you had a full-time judge that you could not issue citations, which ultimately only affects about 10 cities across the state, major cities that have full-time judges. So what this does, it eliminates that amendment. So now we can go back to what we were doing beforehand, just and write citations for certain offenses. And the substitute is really simple. It strikes Section J from the previous statute, which is, it says the person or individual is charged with a violation of carrying a pistol without a permit. Well, we structured that language because it's no longer a crime in Alabama to carry a pistol without a permit, unless you're in certain locations. So with that, I move for the BIR.
That's the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has passed. Now, you explained the substitute, Representative England. You want to give them an overview again of what we're voting on the sub?
Yeah, just really quickly, we did not amend out the pistol permit since we don't require pistol permits anymore. So it was a technical amendment in that it just struck that from the citation statute. So with that, I move for adoption of the substitute.
Yeah, you heard the explanation. Question now is adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative England.
If there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
That is the question. It was final passage of HB 13. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 13 has passed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thanks, gentlemen. It's your call. Your call. Next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 88 by Representative Sells relating to alcoholic beverages.
Chairman Sells, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently in Alabama law relating to nonprofit organization events, a beer manufacturer can donate up to 31 gallons of beer. A wine manufacturer can donate up to 2 cases of wine, and this bill simply allows a spirit manufacturer or importer to donate up to 4.5 liters to a nonprofit organization event.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. The BR has passed. Chairman Sells.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Clerk received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 88 by Representative Sells.
Representative Sells, explain the amendment, please.
Says on replace line 30 through 31 on page 2 with the following. Reported on a form prescribed by the board, a licensed manufacturer or importer or its agent shall acquire the product from the board based upon the price. What this does, it makes sure the taxes are paid on the liquor. And it's a friendly amendment and asks for passage.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. The question for the body is passage of the amendment. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. The amendment has passed. Chairman Sells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I ask for final passage as amended.
That's question for the body is final passage as amended on HB 88. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. It's 91 ayes, 0 nays, 10 abstentions. HB 88 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 30 with substitute by Representative McCampbell relating to education.
Representative McCampbell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Today we have House Bill 30, which basically will change the felon school designation in our state of Alabama to the term lowest 6%. And then the non-felon schools will be identified as the highest 94%. You asked the question, why are we doing this? It is a opportunity for us to give a positive spin. And in terms of actually growing business in Alabama, whenever somebody is standing off in wherever we go to recruit, and they see that term felon, it's a defeatist term, so we need to do better here in Alabama, and that's what this bill will do. If there are no questions, I ask for the BIR, Mr.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that this is a good back to the future, because we used to have school improvement rather than failing schools. And I didn't like it when we went to failing schools that we would demean our state in the first place. And I just want to thank you for the improvement of terminologies, because for years, we were under school improvement. The only question I ask is, with the change and I'm praying we change the terminology to what you have. If a school is in the low 6%, in order for them to improve like we used to do under school improvement, that would allow the state to allocate additional funding to those schools to bring them up to the 94%. And they would also then qualify for additional federal funding to be able to bring them up and put the appropriate resources in that school for them to improve. But I appreciate you bringing this, and if we could work to make sure that once this bill passed, that in that low 6%, we could get those additional resources to help them to improve to the 94th percentile.
And Representative Moore, that is the intent of what we'll be trying to do, because just like with the Numeracy Act and the Literacy Act, we are actually funding the improvement that we are trying to get. So once we can get this designation changed, we'll be working toward getting funding to help those schools that may be in that lowest 6%.
And I appreciate that too, because we really need it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. The first thing is, this is a positive step, but there's more to it than terminology. My question is simply along the lines of Representative Moore. It's good to bring a bill like this and move that terminology. But the real issue, and my question is, what else will be added? Additional things that they need, especially, do you represent a school in the Black Belt?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Come on, then. I don't have to go any further with you. Only way to bring up the lowest ones, you gotta, in some way, get them up to middle and on up to that. How do I know that? I was in education too. And my specialty highest is reading. My concern, this is great, but what are we going to do, or what provisions, I should ask you, are there any provisions in there to put more money on the lowest end to bring them up to middle, and then on, and the others are going to progress anyway? Because
with this bill, we're actually just trying to take it one step at a time, because this is a bill that was passed, and we are trying to, first of all, get rid of that failing school designation.
That's good.
And then we will, if we can get rid of that, then we will go back in and start looking at how can we improve this bill so it's addressing the needs of those people or those schools in the lowest 6%.
All right, so next year, you're willing to say, if I wanted to add something to a similar bill like that, you'd be willing to work with me and some others.
Oh, yes,
Work on the lower level specifying those schools and counties in the Black Belt specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you now.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, the third person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
As I looked at this bill, I realized this was the Accountability Act, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I was trying to determine, starting on the bottom page 1 through 3, 4.
That's the grading system.
That's I was trying to see what. Okay, go ahead. Tell me what it is. Tell me what we do.
No, I'm asking, is that what you're looking at?
Starting on page 1. At the bottom of the page, in addition to any other labels or designation assigned to public schools. So it's really
Yes.
removing the label language.
We have a substitute that from the committee that actually removes that.
Okay, I'm not on the substitute.
We haven't gotten to the substitute, no ma'am.
Okay, the question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative McCampbell.
Mr. Speaker, we have a substitute. I'll ask for the adoption of the substitute.
Question for the body is adoption of the substitute on HB 30. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
Okay, to explain the sub, what we will do, we replace line 29 through 30 on page 2 with the following. To amend sections 16D-16-D, 16-6D-3, 16-6D-4, 16-D-6, 16-6D-8. And what that did is it basically took out the 16-6C2 section of the code. And it just renumbered those sections. And then on replace lines 32 through 33 on page 2 with the following. Code of Alabama 1975 relating to the Alabama Accountability Act of 2013, 2. Then it replaces lines 40 through 41 on page 2 with the following. It's the same information that I just read to you versus in the 16-6D-3. So that's the same language. And then it deletes lines 45 through 135 on page 2 through 5 in their entirety. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll take any questions.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the work you've done. And I know you've been, how many years have you been on this?
I think this is number 4.
Yeah, ever since really the passing of this bill. the one thing that as I was reading through it earlier, the innovation plans in your system, when you all did the innovation plans, do you have any reports or any data from those systems other than becoming a failing school? Do you?
No, ma'am, I don't have any information.
Are you aware of any that in your school, in your area, where they were considered failing school? Because there was supposed the bill
I know.
says
Yeah.
that there are supposed to be some innovative plans,
Right.
which means that these schools should be moving.
I don't know of any, and I would honestly have to follow up with the superintendent
I
of
think
education.
it's something that we should do just from the state board, because once they did the innovation plan, the local superintendent,
Right.
it had to be approved by the board, and then a submission was sent to the Department of Education.
Exactly.
I'd
I don't know of
be very
any.
interested in knowing what those plans look like, because I think that will help us in moving to the next level in which you'd like. And I'd love to make sure, and for those that are listening, I would love to have an opportunity where we could sit with them and see exactly what those plans look like. What does that funding, what kind of funding was required for those plans, or if they provided any funding? Because those schools that I've seen that's been labeled as failing school, many of them stay on that, which means nobody has done what this bill says it's supposed to do.
Right. We haven't gotten any funding on it that I know of.
I'm not aware either, so let's work on making sure we get that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 30. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 30 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 55 with substitute by Representative Gavan relating to health.
Representative Van, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Members of this august body, I stand before you today to present to you HB 55, a bill that if it is voted upon favorably and enacted between both chambers, will be known as the Genesis Act. I stand here today because for many years I've come before you with concerns about naming bills after individuals or just because. But a few weeks ago, I was approached by a mother and then several other mothers about an issue that I had not really thought about that weighed as a heavy impact on the lives of women here in the state of Alabama, or frankly, throughout this country. But as I was approached about this piece of legislation, these mothers simply said to me that they at one time carried a life in being. They at one time, for a period, somewhere between 1 week to 19 weeks, carried a baby in their womb. They then said to me, because of some medical reason or for some unforeseen circumstance, that they lost that baby. They said to me that even upon losing that baby, the state of Alabama said to them, in some way or another, that they could not receive any type of record of vital statistics to say that that baby at least existed. These babies had arms, they had eyes, they had a heart, even a little nose. These babies mattered to their mothers, to their grandmothers, their papas, their G-daddies, their mimas, to their madias. And these mothers simply said to me, we want some type of legislation passed by the state of Alabama that would direct the Department of Health to issue what is known as a non-viable birth certificate for a woman who may have lost a child by way of miscarriage or stillborn birth to be able to receive a non-viable certificate of birth from the Department of Health. My bill does just that. I want to take this opportunity to thank the chairman, Chairman Lee, who shared his story with me, the Health Committee, Dr. Harris, and his department, our Department of Health here, as well as the countless number of mothers and grandparents who have since reached out to me relative to this bill to simply say thank you for acknowledging that our little baby that was lost mattered. I was also asked, Mr. Speaker, to show a picture of what these babies look like so the body would know just how these mothers feel. And in doing so, I will at this time just briefly. And it will be quick, but this is a baby that may have been lost in the womb. And the mothers in this chamber asked me to show this. And so today I stand before this body with this piece of legislation, HB 55, that will create legislation here in the state of Alabama. This bill was first enacted by the state of Florida in 2019, and since then, there are a multitude of states who have adopted this same piece of legislation, and we are now coming in conformity, just as other states are now doing. There are roughly 26,000 women a year who have miscarriages. Over 500 to 600 women per year just alone in the state of Alabama that can be counted, but this does not include the number that are not counted. So because of this legislation, we will be able to also create a system to put the vital statistics in place for these women also. This legislation, if passed, HB 55, would also create a mechanism in which the state, upon the request of a parent, to put in place the proper procedures of request. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I also have a substitute at the appropriate time to be adopted. I move for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if I heard the explanation correct, in the state of Alabama, a fetus under 20 weeks old in the womb is considered a living being, and if that fetus dies, it will get a death certificate. Welcome to the pro-life movement. Thank you.
I'm not going to say that, but I will say, I will say that for me, this is about those mothers. Keandra Hampton is the mother who first approached me, but to hear the stories, I've had members in this chamber to come to me. Some of the hardest of my Republican colleagues that I've battled with, they have come to me to say thank you. Their daughters had 4 miscarriages.
I'm here to thank you for declaring a fetus in the womb less than 20 weeks old as a living human being. It should be protected. And if that living being dies in less than 20 weeks, it's given the right of a death certificate. That is as pro-life of any movement I've ever seen. So thank you very much.
It's a non-viable birth certificate. It's a non-viable
It's a living being in the womb that died with less than 20 weeks.
It's a non-viable birth
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis. While she's on her way down here, we'd like to recognize Sheriff Mark Pedway of Jefferson County, guest of Representative Patrick Sales and all the Jefferson County delegation. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative, will you yield?
I absolutely will. Yes, ma'am.
I'm pretty sure we're not taking away a woman's choice, but I really wanted you to describe this bill like you did last Thursday, because when you described this bill on last Thursday, you gave a vision of what was going on. You also you didn't have a dry eye in the House, and I think that this bill will give a lot of mothers in their closure, a lot of parents closure, because what we're talking about stillbirth, we're talking about miscarriage, we're talking about when, you know, sometimes when a baby is stillbirth and it's at a certain point, you still have to have that baby. I have had friends to actually have to have a baby that was not living, and you know, and I think that if they had this certificate, it would have been a closure to what they was doing. And I also met the young lady who motivated this bill, and the energy that she had on knowing that this bill would help other mothers on what she went through. So I applaud you for bringing this bill, and I know that Little Genesis is looking down on you, smiling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Walker, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Thank you, Representative. You know, the first time we get to converse on a bill, I thought it would be you coming to speak on my bill, but I'm proud to get to come
It's
speak on
coming.
yours.
Thank you.
Something you may not know about this bill is very personal to me and my family. My wife and I experienced a stillbirth of our first child at 28 weeks, and we were able to get a certificate to acknowledge that life, and it really affected us in a way to where we decided we wanted to help other people by getting involved when they had a stillbirth or a miscarriage or lost a child. And so we provide a certificate of life, whether it's a miscarriage or stillbirth or whatever term may be, because it doesn't matter to that mother or that father if it was at 8 weeks or 28 weeks or at birth. It's a difficult situation when a mother and a father have to leave that hospital without their baby. And my heart goes out to folks who have to deal with that. And it's a terribly sad situation. So I appreciate you bringing this bill. I'm going to vote for it. I support it, and I want to encourage our colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough. The fourth person speaking on the BIR.
Will the lady yield? Well, I just wanted to echo what was said. I want to thank you for bringing this bill. My wife and I, we lost our first child, and it was a really hard time. And, you know, when you experience something like that, you find out how sadly common those things are, because people come out of the woodworks to offer you compassion and sympathy. And as you were describing the child, I couldn't help but think of a few verses in Psalm 139, where David says, "For thou hast possessed my reins, thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being imperfect, and in thy book all my members were written." And then he says at the end, "How precious also are thy thoughts unto me." So I just want to tell you thank you, and I'm excited to vote for the bill.
Thank you. And before I move for final passage, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just echo something Representative Hollis said. On Thursday, I did have an opportunity to speak to a...
Let's get the BIR first,
Sorry.
okay?
Move for the BR.
Okay, the question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The BR has been adopted. Representative Van.
Thank you. Just moving to the sub, thank you again to the Health Committee. I simply wanted to just echo the sentiments of some of the things that were said. On Thursday, I had the opportunity, and again, the sub simply moves directs the Department of Public Health. We added the language in that says shall. That was the recommendation of the committee chair, Representative Lee, to put the language in there that the Department of Health shall begin this process. We also changed the time period to give the Department of Vital Statistics an opportunity to be able to set up a system and put those systems in place to begin to process these non-viable birth certificates, as well as the language that will be required for the non-viable birth certificates. And so at this time, I think that's all that I have on there. Also, and there is a 5-day requirement that you have up to 5 days to request this. We wanted to put a safeguard because we understand, and that's what was said, we want to make sure that we protect those mothers, that we show our concern toward those mothers who carry for that period of time those babies. What was said a few days ago is I asked every woman in the room to get still. I asked every woman in the room who had had a baby, who had carried a baby, or who maybe had lost a baby to just stand still for just a moment and to think about the gravity of what it meant to either lose that baby or to think about the gravity of what it would mean to lose your child, even in their current state of existence. So I want to simply, again, ask this body for your support at the appropriate time. Should it pass, I would like to open it up for co-sponsors. But I also want us to also be mindful of the mental health of what these women go through after losing so much, after carrying these babies, and what that loss means to them, and the emotional state that they, as well as their mothers and their parents, go through in losing their little baby, or just as Ms. Hampton did, losing little Genesis. If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move final passage of the sub to HB 55.
Yes, ma'am. We've heard the explanation of the sub. We have a couple of lights on. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Gidley.
Representative Gavin, I just wanted to rise. So this will be my first time to speak at this well, but I just cannot express the appreciation for a bill that will recognize a child from conception up to 19 weeks. I agree with Representative Pringles, one of the most pro-life things I've ever seen. Having had a daughter who went through a miscarriage, I know personally the grief that can go with that, and the grief that many women experience when they lose a child. So I want you to know I appreciate this bill. I'm just jumping up and down inside at the idea of recognizing a child is a child. One of my favorite books is a book by the Horton Hears a Who, and it simply says, Horton says, a person is a person, no matter how small. So I appreciate this. I appreciate the graphics you brought to us today to recognize that a child from conception is a child. And when somebody loses that, they feel that same grief. Thank you for this bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Would a gentlelady yield? So, and I've seen a number of speakers come down and thank you for this piece of legislation. So, you said this bill was passed in Florida and how many other states?
Nebraska, Florida, Nebraska, I think Iowa, about 5 or 6 states now that have adopted this legislation.
And in these particular states, was there bipartisan support for this piece of legislation?
Yes, it has been.
So I'm not as familiar with the piece of legislation as some of my colleagues may be. So if you can go through kind of, you mentioned some of your individuals that have talked to you about this piece of legislation that have kind of encouraged you to bring this piece of legislation.
if you can kind of go through, help me understand kind of some of the conversation that you've had with them to kind of help me better understand
Oh, absolutely.
where we are and how we get to this point.
Absolutely. Actually, there's also been a petition. If you would pass me that board, we also have a petition drive, and there are over 1,000+ signatures that were signed for this particular piece of legislation. I'm surprised you didn't even see a copy of it. There's a QR code here. So this QR code has gone across the state in many different areas, and I know there's over 1,000 signatures for it. And yes, there was bipartisan support for the bill. What came to me is if there's a child, mother carries a child now, day one, if she's pregnant, she's killed. If there's a homicide or a murder that takes place, that person is charged with the murder or killing of that child. When these women approached me, they simply came to me to just simply say they want to be able to have some piece of documentation.
Memory.
That for their memory, and also not just for their memory, but for their mental health, because there was such a great impact that they carried these children, and they were even able to hold some of these babies in the hospital. One mother she was pregnant, she lost her baby at 19 weeks. 19 weeks in just but a few days, she would have been able to get a birth certificate from the state of Alabama. She only missed the mark just by a few days.
And this is a volunteer request, so it's not a mandatory.
It's not mandatory. They have to request it. There are questions that have to be asked of the and answered by the medical provider as well as the parent. Of course, a name must be given, the county where the birth occurred, the mother's name, or the parent or the mother or the requesting parent's name. They'll receive a file number that will go on the certificate as well, and as well as a certain other additional information that may be asked by the Department of Vital Records, that division with regards to vital statistics.
Okay, and because some of the speakers that kind of came down and spoke on this talked about this kind of supporting and helping with the framing of the pro-life movement. And so do you look at it that way, or you think of this differently? Are you thinking it from a mother's perspective, or are you
I'm
thinking
looking at
about
it from the
this?
perspective of a mother. Again, I didn't realize that Representative Moore actually also helped school me on it, the fact that the period regarding the period of gestation, starting at 20 weeks, as it is here in the state of Alabama, as it is in most states. And so after I worked with, some members here on both sides of the aisle, actually, I can tell you out of committee, the bill came out of committee, overwhelmed me unanimously. I've gotten a lot of support for this legislation, male and female, and it's been interesting to me the number of grandfathers actually, who have been in support of this bill, because again, it's the traumatic effect and the impact that it's caused to their loved one, to their daughter. Because you have to understand, they would have been a grandparent. They started buying baby bottles. They started buying bibs. They started buying little booties and clothes and onesies and things of that nature. And for these parents and grandparents to have that life lost or that demise to be brought about by some medical happenstance, that has been, very problematic. So after I did my research, and this body knows me and has known me for some time, I wouldn't take on a bill unless I do everything I can do to do my research on the legislation, as well as my just due working with the legislative department here, our legislative services department, as well as others, as well as reaching out to some of my colleagues in some of the other states that did support this piece of legislation.
So are there any organizations that have weighed in on this legislation at all, for or against, proponent or opponent of this piece?
No, no one of us against. No, I haven't had any opposition against it. I had been wondering if I would, would receive any, but most everybody that I've spoken with or who's reached out to me, it has just been overwhelming support, because again, it's dealing with the mental health of a mother and the fact that this woman carried or a mother carried a child for a period of time. And because of that, they simply want to be able to say, I carried a baby 19 weeks. I missed it almost by 1 day, and I still can't get a birth certificate. And I want to explain about the gestational period. If you're 20 weeks and you lose the baby at the first day of the 20 weeks, that baby may not look any differently from this baby that you're looking at right here. And the baby may still be a miscarriage. The baby may still have been a demise within the womb, but they could still receive a birth certificate at that time.
So you, before I did see, I was glancing over the substitute. So what are the significant, were there any significant changes from the actual bill to the substitute? And if so, kind of,
well,
if you can
the
walk through
sub
what those
itself
changes
just
and need for
basically,
that.
the initial bill just basically said, we want to create a system to receive it. But then after speaking with some of the members on the committee, they said, look, we want to make sure that this legislation moves forward. We want the Department of Health to make sure that they put the mechanisms in place, and we want to say what those mechanisms are. So that's how we got to the sub.
Okay, and the Department of Public Health was fully
Dr.
on
Harris
board and
is
support
fully
of
supportive of it. I spoke with him. I never move a bill forward unless I speak with the department head. I spoke with Dr. Harris personally myself. I've been in communication with his staff. I've worked with them on pulling statistics as well as the information that I've needed. I would never come before this body and present any piece of legislation as hard as I am on my colleagues that I would not take time and exercise my due diligence to do the research.
And the reason I say that is just that I've never, and we looked at this, I know the policy committee looked at it and others, we looked at this legislation. They glanced at the legislation earlier, and just typically you would hear from a department kind of weighing in on this pro or con.
No, they were there in committee. As a matter of fact, they sent me an email and another text message I'll say if there's anything else I needed. Actually, these amendments for the sub came directly from his department.
Okay.
So they weighed in, and again, I met with him. As a matter of fact, I called Dr. Harris personally and had a conference call with him about 3.5, a little bit right at a month ago, and then his team went to work, and then as a result, we pulled the information as requested, and that's how we got to the information in the sub.
So really, this is just for those mothers that have the desire to receive the request of birth certificate after 5 days. What about, have you had any consideration for those that are recently and gone through this process and seeing can they give the same respect? And so it's just, this appears to be just for future mothers, not necessarily
and
those
is something
that are
I may try to work with Senator Coleman is going to carry it in the Senate, because that did come to me to see if we could make an amendment to make it retroactive. The question is, I would have to get with Dr. Harris and company to see, and his department to see if we did a retroactive bill, how far back we could go. Because even little Genesis' mother also asked that question also. So that is a topic of discussion. And so that is something that I'm hoping that we could possibly maybe get on in the Senate.
So I do
but if
think
you want
that
to offer an amendment to it.
The gentleman's
certainly
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield? I thank you for this bill. The Hampton family and the Sellers family probably have been family friends since their 60s. And my middle brother and his wife had about 3 miscarriages and never caught closure until they started having children. For almost 30 years, I've pastored people, and this is probably one of the most touching areas as a pastor to console the mental capacity of a mother or a family that has just lost a baby.
And so I thank you for
Thank you.
all of the mothers that will go through this process and have gone through this process, that now something they can have to bring closure to where they are.
Thank you. And Ms. Hampton has spoken very highly of you and your support and your families and your pastoral support, and thank you today.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the sub, HB 55. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 4 abstentions. Sub has been passed. Representative Van.
Move final passage.
That is question for the body is final
55,
passage
the Genesis Act.
as sub of HB 55. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 4 abstentions. HB 55 has passed.
And I would like to open it up for co-sponsors, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time.
Now is the time. The clerk will unlock the machine. Open it up for co-sponsors.
Thank you, members.
Clerk will lock the machine. 38 co-sponsors. Chair thanks the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 44 by Senator Singleton relating to court costs.
Okay, we're figuring that one out, so, we're gonna carry that one over, call the chair. We're gonna carry it over, call the chair. All right, let's pull HB 101 out of the basket. Clerk, call HB 101.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has adopted the following House Joint Resolution and returns same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 101.
Chairman Shavers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did place 2 amendments, one in committee, which is a technical amendment. If you're following along with the bill that we passed, on page 7, it adds the words "of this state" on line 172 so that it reads, "Minor or adoptee, a court may communicate with another court," and it adds "of this state," just to be specific. Also on page 46, it adds the word "grandparent" in 2 different places to be specific about which visitation rights we're discussing. So on page 46, line 1277, it will read pre-adoption or post-adoption, insert grandparent there. And on line 1283, on the same page, it'll read no grandparent visitation rights may be granted, maintained, or. Then lastly, also on page 46, line 1287, inserting the words grandparent visitation rights shall be determined based upon the best interest. So that was the amendment offered in committee that was added. And then on the floor, there was an additional change in two places, on page 9 and on page 57, adding a section, on page 9, adding a subsection H, reading, "The Department of Human Resources shall provide by rule the process through which an individual seeking to participate in foster care or adoption may apply for an exemption from any vaccination requirement for religious or other appropriate reason for himself, herself, or any other individual in his or her household." And finally, on page 57, replacing line 1583 with subsection E, "The Department of Human Resources shall provide by rule the process through which an individual seeking to participate in foster care or adoption may apply for an exemption from any vaccination requirement for religious or other appropriate reason for himself, herself, or any other individual in his or her household." And this is not a change of any kind. This is current DHR policy. It just requires DHR to put into an administrative rule in writing what their current policy is. And Mr. Speaker, I move to concur.
You have heard the explanation of the Senate member. The member has requested to concur with the Senate. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. I was trying to get pulled up to follow along with you, but I realized it was coming, the adjustments were made from the Senate. The policy or the ruling related to vaccinations, do you say presently DHR allows individuals to opt out? That's a policy already?
They have the policy to allow application for exemptions. Yes, ma'am.
That's already in place?
It's already their policy.
And so what are we doing here then?
It's just requiring DHR to put it into an administrative rule, just to put it in writing. It's their policy, but it's not in the rules. It's just requiring them to put it in their rules.
Okay, the question for the body is the Senate amendments. You have agreed to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thanks, lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 131 with substitute by Senator Figures relating to the Alabama Pre-Need Funeral and Cemetery Act of 2023.
Chairman Klaus, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members of the body, Senate Bill 131 is streamlining the pre-need and cemetery procedure back to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services. If you remember years ago, probably 15, there was some controversy dealing with pre-need and cemetery issues, and the Department of Insurance took it over. And now those issues have been worked out, and all of this bill, this 93 pages of it, is outlining those different responsibilities, those definitions, and putting them back into the Alabama Board of Funeral Services. So if there's not any questions, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
That's the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Klaus.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, on, in amendment and insurance committee there, which is engrossed here on substitute, is just on page 6. It adds just one line, a technical amendment there, just adding the word property, which was agreed to by all the different parties. So that was the amendment there.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation of this amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Sub has been passed. Chairman Klaus.
I move for adoption of Senate Bill 131 as substituted.
This final passage of SB 131 is substituted. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I missed what you were doing to create the substitute, the word you said.
On page 6 there, Senate Bill 131, the word property right there on line 161. That was the only word that was added.
Any property? Is that what it reads?
Any property, right.
So what was it before?
What's that now?
What was the word before?
There wasn't a word. They just wanted the word property added.
So it would have read, any offered for sale?
Yes. So
That doesn't make any sense. Well, anyway.
Excuse me, it was the word personal. I'm sorry, the word personal was added in before property.
Any personal property.
Any personal property.
Thank
Excuse
you.
me. Right.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 131 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 131 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 44 by Representative Blackshear, relating to the Alabama Job Creation and Military Stability Commission.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Now, a lot of times we kind of like to slowly drip information out to you, but I wanted to kind of disseminate it as quickly as I can. You know, we have the Military Stabilization Commission today and the Job Creation Act that recognizes the 4 military bases that already exist in the state of Alabama: Redstone Arsenal, Anniston, Maxwell Air Force Base, and Gunner Annex in Fort Rucker. This bill here would add Fort Benning, which has 12,000 acres in the state of Alabama, specifically Russell County, into this Job Creation and Military Stabilization Commission. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I want to thank you, congratulate you for carrying this bill, because Fort Benning happened to be a part of my district on the Alabama side. The Chattahoochee River divide Alabama and Georgia, so Fort Benning says so here and Alabama says so here. I got a large portion since the redistricting carried me a little further into Georgia. In Alabama. And I carried my grandchildren up there, watch those C-130 planes drop the parachute out on the Alabama side, and they enjoyed it. And I do too. I enjoy looking at them coming out too. So I'm for this bill 100%, and I'm glad you brought it.
Thank you, Representative. You make a good point. If you've been to basic training, your Ranger School there, if you've jumped out of an airplane in airborne school, you've landed in Alabama.
Well, next time we go to Ranger School, I'm going to take my children with me. They want to see.
You jump for me too, though.
Yeah.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed.
Move for final passage.
That's question for the body is final passage of HB 44. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 44 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 210 by Representative Marcus relating to the military.
Representative Marcus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 210 comes as a continuing effort to be the most military and veteran-friendly state. It just simply states that an active duty military member stationed in another state can provide that state's insurance policy as proof of insurance when they are temporarily on assignment, as long as it meets Alabama's MLI minimums. And that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage of HB 210.
Final passage of HB 210 is the question. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 210 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 261 by Representative DuBose relating to higher education.
Chair recognizes Representative DuBose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I'm here today to present HB 261, the Women's Sports Protection Bill. This amends a bill passed in 2021 protecting females in grades K through 12. HB 261 takes those same protections to the higher education 2- and 4-year public institutions. This legislation is actually very simple. It designates that athletes will compete on teams according to their biological sex. This bill was given a favorable report from the Education Policy Committee unanimously with bipartisan support. Forcing women to compete against biological men would reverse decades of progress women have made for equal opportunity in athletics. As you can see by this flyer that you have on your desk, science tells us that similarly gifted athletes, trained males are bigger, faster, and stronger than females. They have larger hearts and lungs, denser bones, and stronger muscles. No amount of hormone therapy can undo all that. Every male given a spot on a women's team displaces a deserving female. Women deserve a spot, a safe and level playing field. We must protect the fairness, safety, and competitiveness of women's sport by passing HB 261. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentle lady yield?
Yes, I will.
I'm not going to be long. I have a couple of questions because my voice is going away. And one of the questions that I have is, any of this, is it happening in the state of Alabama?
We do not want it to happen in the state of Alabama. It's happening throughout the nation, and one opportunity lost to a female here is one too many. So that's why we need to enact this legislation now.
Wouldn't the NCAA regulate this, though?
This does not go against anything the NCAA is implementing now. There's nothing in their ruling that says we cannot have same-sex teams.
one of my concerns is I think about the female kicker that Vanderbilt has. So, and you know, you have some folks that are good at sports, so where would that put her?
Okay, so there is a ruling in Title IX that allows for a woman to play on a team if there is not a comparable female sport. And so in the case of football, for example, and sometimes you see that in the high schools, there's not a female football team. So if a female, in order to give that opportunity, wants to try out for that team in that specific spot, she could still play there. It would not have anything to do with that.
Okay. I really wish that we would focus more on the gun violence that we're having, and I know it just hurts my heart with all of our babies, you know, that's dying, and because someone is buying guns on the street, and I think we should focus also more on bills that's going to protect our kids.
I understand.
So I'm going to stop right there.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, yes,
Thank
sir.
you for bringing this bill. It's great legislation. I see you had lots of co-sponsors, and thanks, and I appreciate it. This is your first bill?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Will the lady yield?
I will.
I just wanted to say again, this is probably not an easy lift as a starting bill, but I'm very proud to call you my friend. And I think it's really important in a day and time when it seems like the world has gone mad, that different doesn't mean inferior, it just means different. And the integrity and the honor that this will do to preserve women's sports is really important. And I'm just really proud of you for taking this and being willing to kind of take the heat. And thank you for just, I've got friends who have been successful female athletes in Division I sports, and they're all very grateful for what you're doing. And they wanted me to tell you thank you. So
Thank you.
And I
It's
tell
my
you,
honor.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Fourth Perkins, speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. It becomes very personal when you have a young lady who has played at the collegiate level. My daughter chose as a child to play soccer with boys because it made her better. She chose to try out for a boys' team at our high school. She didn't make it because that wasn't appropriate at the time because we had a girls' soccer team.
Right.
My daughter ended up being a high school All-American in soccer. She played at Furman University. I can assure you that my two boys who played soccer and were also on state championship teams could have been in a position to thwarted what she was trying to do if they had been playing and trying to enter into this in a manner that she was not being protected. Of course, it didn't happen at the time. It's only now that this is happening. There are so many children. I've been involved in youth soccer and high school soccer at our schools for 30 plus years. We have got a major problem with this when we have situations that occur where they show up and they say something that's not true, and that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 87 ayes, 1 nay, 13 abstentions. The BIR has passed.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I move to final passage, although I do expect a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Purcell.
How you doing?
Doing great. All good.
Just want to have a dialogue with you for a few minutes. You know,
Yes, sir.
being from the great delegation of Shelby County, I was looking at your list of co-sponsors.
Mhm.
I noticed my name was not on there.
We got to fix that.
Okay. Well, would you open your bill up for co-sponsors once your bill passed?
I will. Thank you for asking to do that. I would like to do that. Thank you.
All right, and I look forward to casting my vote for your bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ensler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, I will.
So I did not intend for this to be my first time coming to the microphone as I'm focusing on learning, educating myself, and finding common ground where we can on issues of public education and gun violence, public safety, the things that I hear from every single day in my district. And I certainly recognize that there are very strong feelings and deeply held beliefs on this particular issue. And as a God-fearing man myself, I very much appreciate sincerely held religious convictions. But I must admit that on this issue, where I continue to educate myself and try to understand it, there are very real legal and constitutional concerns. On a personal note, I was raised to stand up for a more inclusive society in which no one is excluded, persecuted, or marginalized because of who they are. And I was taught to stand up as an ally with all minority groups in our country and certainly in my diverse district. So I stand here to urge you and all of my colleagues for a moment to consider the real legal and financial consequences of this bill. As some may know, I'm a lawyer and I look through all of these through that legal lens. And I cannot stand here or sit here silently when this bill will very likely subject the state of Alabama once again to costly litigation that is going to cost the taxpayers dollars that they have earned hard that we should be using towards actual issues. I really appreciate you speaking with me earlier about a proposed amendment, which is what I'm going to get to in a moment. Because as you know, and mentioned that Title IX, which would prohibit discrimination, and there's now a proposed rule, and I know we discussed this earlier, but it is very clear under the United States Constitution that if Congress can delegate that rulemaking authority to a federal department. So to simply dismiss that as a rule, it will have the effect of law. And what can happen then is if Alabama passes this law, and it goes into effect, we can be found to be in violation of Title IX, which then all the schools and all the children that this bill claims to protect actually can then lose their funding and can harm them even more than what's currently happening. So I'm standing here not trying to change anyone's mind or hearts on this particular issue. Again, I recognize very strong beliefs on it. It is simply to say that from a legal standpoint that we are setting ourselves up for something very challenging. The last few points I'll make on it is that the proposed law would allow for exceptions in which, on a case-by-case basis, schools can decide and can prohibit people from a biological gender from participating. So if we comply with federal law, it would still accomplish the things that you are seeking to do. So I would ask that you open this up to an amendment so that we can be consistent with federal law and also clarify so that we're in compliance with NCAA law. And I thank you for your consideration. And certainly to those who are listening that do feel marginalized by this bill, I hear you, I see you, and I love you for who you are.
You have amendment? Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 261 by Representative Ensler.
Representative Ensler, explain your amendment.
Sure. So the amendment, two parts of it, just clarify. I know you've said that this is consistent with NCAA policy. This would just codify that in your bill. And then the third amendment, though, would say that if the federal rule goes into effect, which would have the rule of law that we would have to comply with that nothing in your bill can supersede that. So all it does is say, let's follow federal law and follow the United States Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask to table that amendment, but may I speak to the question?
The question is to table the amendment.
Table
We
the
need to
amendment.
vote on the table of the
Thank you.
amendment.
I'd like to table the amendment.
Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Be aye to table the amendment, no, not to table. Clerk will lock the machine. Record votes, 80 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment has been tabled. Representative DeBose.
Let's see. Mr. Speaker, we're supposed to have a friendly amendment.
Okay, what's your...
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Stagg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I have an amendment I'm going to bring.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 261 by Representative Sahagan.
Leader Stahhagen, will you explain your amendment, please?
Yes, sir. Replace line 27 on page 1 with the following. Student who suffers harm or is directly deprived of an athletic opportunity as a result of a violation of. Replace line 45 on page 2 with the following. For any student who suffers harm or is directly deprived of an athletic opportunity as a result of a violation of. Replace line 102 on page 4 with the following. D1, an intercollegiate athletic team. Replace line 107 on page 4 with the following. 2, an intercollegiate athletic team or. Replace line 124 on page 5 with the following. Student who reports an alleged violation of this section to an employee. Replace lines 130 through 131 on page 5 with the following. F, any student who is directly deprived of an athletic opportunity or suffers any direct harm as a result. Replace line 134 through 135 on page 5 with the following. Other relief available under the law, all civil actions under this section shall be initiated within 2 years from the date the harm occurred. G, no cause of action may be maintained against any employee, officer, agent, trustee, director, or board member of a public K-12 school, public 2-year or 4-year institution of higher education, athletic association, or organizations whose actions were in compliance with the subdivisions D1 and D2. It is in the intent of the legislature that completes the amendment, sir.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Sponsors accept the amendment as a friendly amendment. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I understand what you're saying, but I got a question for both of y'all. Is that what about biologically? When you're born in a hospital, you're born with, you go by X and Y chromosome, right? You have both sexes. You're born, you have female and male sex organ. Then the doctor makes a decision which one is predominant, right? So what about that? I mean, you're a hermaphrodite, really call it, right? That's the biological term for a hermaphrodite. So now, if you're born with both sexes, it happens now. You might not want to admit it, but that does happen. What do you do with that situation? Now, biologically, you can be born with both sexes.
That's not included in this legislation. At that point, they would choose male or female direction.
Well, the doctor usually makes a decision, but I think at a certain age, whether or not, based on the X and Y chromosomes, which you know what chromosome, right? Which gender is predominant? So now, since this bill coming up, if you got more predominant, I'm not gonna hurt you, kill your bill because you're the first one, but try to kill anyway. But whichever chromosome is predominant, the doctor makes a decision of whether or not to make this child a girl or a boy.
Yes.
So your bill says biologically. So biologically, they're born with both sexes. So therefore, the bill is confusing because you're biologically born with a male and a female genitals. Because you're a hermaphrodite. What are your bill doing about that? Man, you know what I'm talking about? 'Cause it happens. I know I know you doctor make a decision about whether or not you're gonna be a boy or girl, you know, but I don't think you're considering that situation. I mean, I'm not gonna vote against you. I'm not gonna vote on your bill because of the fact I know it happens biologically what can happen. Now, does your bill consider that situation?
Well, it's based on the biological definition that the doctor determines at that time. And it's based on the biological definition, which could include chromosomal as well. But it's genetics and biology, science determines your sex. So it's based on your sex.
Right. But now, usually, what happens is that he might have made a mistake. I mean, I don't want to call her names about a certain athlete that played basketball, but if you look at her, she's 7 feet tall, and she talks just like a man, sounds like a man, but looks like a woman. She's 7 feet tall, damn good basketball player, a great basketball player. The Russian kept her for a while, but they couldn't figure out where she was.
Yeah. I think the doctor knows which one she is.
But now, if you heard her talk on TV the other day, I was watching TV and talking about it. I had to turn around and see. I'm serious. It happened now. Hey, now what about that situation? Now she could probably beat any man playing basketball. I know it. She probably hit a good softball too. I heard she's a damn good softball player. You need to be on our team. So now, what about that situation?
I think the doctor could tell if she's a man or a woman during her sports
I swear
physical.
for God, I had my back turned. I heard the voice talking. I turned around, saw it. I said, "My God!" I did by the voice, sounding voice, and she probably play on a men basketball team. Right now, they got some women trying to play football on male football teams. Right now, they got women going out for the football team on male football team. But they really don't sound like real women. But they look like a woman, but they don't sound like it. Because of the hormone situation, I'm not trying to feel about your bill, but it's a problem. It happens. It's all confusing. What? Hey. What you said? What you get? What's that? What's a fag? What's that? I don't know what that is. What's FAGA? I don't know what that is. Anyway, I'm through with that. I'm not use that term, but you understand where it's a problem, where it could be confusing. But I'm gonna sit down because it's a confusing bill. I guess women gonna play football. They want to play football. They're gonna play football. I mean, you can't stop them. I bet some women probably take a bed and a good linebacker, make a good linebacker out of them. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Don't make her mad for her time.
It's probably in the water, Mr. Speaker. I think that water caused all these problems. That's in the water. That's what it is.
I just said this has been known as the bad corner, and we have been good so far, but we're about to get cranked up on this end. Representative Lucci, I call her Lucci for Susan Lucci.
I'll accept that compliment. Thank you.
Listen, help me understand this bill, and then I just have one or two questions. Are you basically saying that in athletics here in the state of Alabama, you're basically saying that it should be male, female athletics being played in competition, Just to surmise, this simply
Well,
is.
women's sports designated as women's sports should only include biological women. So a women's soccer team, for example, that would be biological women.
I got
A male soccer team, that would be biological male.
So this would exclude anyone who is transgender or who has declared themselves at that point,
right?
Offered a declaration of of being transgender.
True, because it only includes your biological sex, not your gender identity. So this bill is based on biological sex.
So in other words, this excludes all gender identity. So if you were not biologically born a male, you were not biologically born a female, but you then identify as such. And you want to play. I'm just doing this because I got some folks in House District 60 that just told me they were they were live streaming this.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to give my people what they asked for. Now, and you were born a male, or excuse me, you're born a male, but you now identify as female, and you want to play on the girls' basketball team. This bill would now, if passed or enacted, would exclude that.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You would play according to your biological sex. He could play on the man's team.
So he could play, but now he could play on the man's team, but if he has then so associated to identify as a transgender, and he has had a sex change of some degree, of some sort, at some point, he's come back to the state of Alabama, he's gone through the sex change, he's done all of that. He cannot play on that girl's basketball team.
That's correct, because his body would still be bigger, stronger, denser muscles, taller, bigger hands.
Let me ask this, though, since you said that. Now, not all transgender men that may have been a male that transgender or that begins to associate as a transgender. I've seen some, now there's some men out here that their bodies look better than the average woman, and you just wouldn't even know. So what if you can't tell and identify that person has gone through that procedure, was once a man or once a woman, vice versa? Because there are some instances where it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of RuPaul's Drag Race. I watch that show on every Friday night. That's my show.
They look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, college athletes, or any athletes for that matter, have to have a physical to prove, they check if they're healthy enough to play in the sport, so that a doctor could certainly document.
But is it something but now, not all doctors are going to be checking to see if you have a JJ. Now, let's talk straight talk. So not all doctors are going to be checking to see if you have another body part that may be that of. So I guess I'm just looking at this. Is there going to be something are you going to say that you have to specifically state that you were born a male or a female? I'm just asking because
it just says biological male.
Biological.
Female. And this has we have this law in 16 states. There's not been any problems. They've been able to figure it out.
But that's why they're called laws. Because
16 states have already passed this legislation through the collegiate level.
Let me tell you something. Now, you're my sweet mate. Somebody in one of these 16 states that identifies as one sex who has been able to get away with this is associating and living and commingling in society somewhere. I don't know who. I ain't trying to call nobody out. I'm like my brothers and sisters in prison. I ain't no snitch. But I can tell you this. Somebody in those 16. I don't have no problem with your bill. Now, I don't need anybody tweeting me. I don't need anybody texting me. I don't need you coming to my house sending no packages or any of that. If you want to talk to me, call me and I'll explain my position, and I'll do so proudly. But let me just say this. What I want to be clear on is that somebody will try us just like they do in any other aspect of the law. I do believe that if someone identifies if they have made that choice, because I remember just a few years ago, and let me stop right there. I don't know what team that was. Was it USC? One of those big swimming teams just a few years ago. And the young man, he was transgender, competed. This was last year. Mm-hmm. It was last year. And won.
The swimmer.
The swimmer.
Remember that? Yeah. Leah Thomas.
Tall girl.
Yeah, he beat a lot of female
Beat
athletes.
a lot of female
Riley
athletes.
Gaines was the female that he beat.
It did give me pause to think.
Mm-hmm.
But here again, that's not, our folks here, I'm sorry, with some of our human rights folks, they say they only support certain people in this chain. I'm just going to call it like it is. When they say they support certain people, but the main ones who stand up here year in and year out and fight for them, and I'm going to call it out like I see it. Now, I'm just going to, hey, and when you got the nerves to sit up and say who you going to support, and most of the time, the ones that you say you support is the ones you almost have to beg to come and fight for you. But I digress. But I just wanted to know, and my position is because of that, you asked me for my support, but yet you don't want to support. So you have to just be careful with that. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to get the clarity as to what you were trying to do, and I thought that's what it was, and it's basically you are excluding those individuals who may be transgender or have chosen to identify as another sex from competing in a sex that is opposite of theirs that they were not born biologically in.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said there are 16 other states. Can you give me just one or two other states? I know it's hard to roll off because I was asked the question, and I know it was Montana and several others when I was asked that question.
Idaho, Arkansas, Florida, Mississippi, Montana, West Virginia, Tennessee, Texas, South Dakota, Iowa, Oklahoma, Arizona, Utah, Kentucky, South Carolina, Indiana, Louisiana, Wyoming, Kansas, and North Dakota.
And I'm surprised at Louisiana.
I know.
I'm real surprised at Louisiana. And
Go figure.
Some of those states are real, I'm real surprised at some of those states, but I just again wanted to get the clarity, get the clarity on the bill. So I look forward to receiving the phone calls that I'll get, but I can handle it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, I'm just asking a question, so it's not my fight. I've been down here 12 years, and for 12 years I've stood here and I fought, and I fought, and I fought. And all I get is that we only support certain people. So, when you make that statement and you bold enough to tell somebody that, I can't do any more than what I do. So I can use my energy somewhere else and fight for some folks that at least will pick up the phone and say, I appreciate you. Because if you only got one or two friends in this building and you got how many of us in here, there's something wrong with that picture. So, and I've expressed that publicly. I appreciate the opportunity.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Uh-huh. You gonna talk to Scott? Okay.
Are you on the bill or amendment?
I thought we were on the amendment. Okay. I just wanted to try to differentiate the amendment from a substitute. I think you amended every page on the bill, that I understand, as you stood up there. I couldn't follow it. I
I need to get the substitute from the sponsor.
Well, I'm sure your amendment was honorable. I just couldn't understand them. There were so many.
Questions?
Okay, just explain to me what you did.
What we've done is we added a lot of concerns into one amendment throughout the state.
Okay.
So that's what this is a lot of concerns throughout the state that we brought to one amendment.
Okay. My request is just slow them down a little bit so we can follow you.
Oh, I was speaking too fast? Little...
You were reading too fast.
Uh-oh. Clay, turn my speed up a little bit.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
You on the bill or amendment? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. You can.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
So your amendment protects the institution from hurt, harm, or danger.
Correct.
Thank you for the amendment and thank you for the bill. If you are a father of daughters, think about your babies in a locker room with boys. If I was in church, I'd lift an offering.
Let's go.
I remember a movie that was created. It was called Joanna Man. And in Joanna Man, he couldn't play in the pro, so he tried out for the female, the WNBA. And he got on the WNBA team, but because of his physicality, he was able to outmaneuver, outshoot, out-basketball, out-ball every single female. It is just not fair for a man to play against the women. It doesn't matter. A man is physically stronger than a woman. And that's Bible. And so it's important to make sure that we protect our baby daughters.
Thank you, Representative.
Might have just passed your bill. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm just trying to tell you the truth. I'm so proud, right? Man, I'm peacock proud and hallelujah happy. I digress. Enough has been said. But again, to certain organizations now, what you're hearing from this corner over here is that you got to be careful with the things that you say when you come out against your members who support you. Because in this house, we may be down in numbers, and I don't ever rise to speak for anybody but myself. But you have said some things against some folks in this chamber. You need to do some housekeeping and some house cleaning today, and that's what you're seeing. Thank you.
The question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 84 ayes, 2 nays, 14 abstentions. The amendment has been passed. Representative Dubose.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as amended. Is that right?
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hulsey.
It's my friend.
Representative, will you yield?
Yes, I will yield to my friend.
All I wanted to do was come up here and tell you thank you. As a mother to both sons and a daughter, this is incredibly important to me. I had a daughter that played college ball, and at no point would I have ever been comfortable with my daughter being on that field with men playing against her. So I appreciate the stance that you have taken, your heavy lifting today, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Not at this point. I don't know what that is.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to take long at all, but I feel like I am in the twilight zone. It's like opposite day, Freaky Friday. I don't know what's going on in this building right now. And I got a question. And I must have missed this, the amendment was to protect the universities from what we're doing here?
Well, actually, the amendment did a couple of things. One, I think, may have actually been better. We took intramural off. We had intramural in there, and we took that off, so it doesn't include intramural sports now. We put a 2-year statute of limitation in there so that any remedies have to, any cause of actions have to happen within the 2 years. So it was just a little negotiation there that it worked out okay.
But again, my question was, so the amendment created immunity for the universities from the actions that we're taking here now? Is that a fair?
No. There's still a cause of action in there. If a female is harmed or not, if they don't comply.
I'm talking about the universities.
Yeah. They can still be held liable if they don't follow the law. A female can still. There's still remedy in my bill. It did not remove that cause of action remedy.
So what did the amendment do?
Well, I just told you, we took out intramural sports. Originally, intramurals was included.
Because we don't care who competes in intramural sports.
Well, it's a give and take, and it's a balance. Intramural is more of a social sport, so we're
transgender folks can participate.
I'm just
whatever
saying,
side
it's
of
not
that
included as part of our law, as part of this bill.
We're good on intramurals. But again, and I'm sorry, I completely missed this amendment conversation. But I also, in the conversation here, it is almost like we are stopping some sort of epidemic in Alabama that is occurring, and I'm not sure that anybody in here can find one example of this ever happening in the state of Alabama.
Well, it's happening nationwide, and there's no reason to think that it could not happen here. We don't want it to happen even one time.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't happen often because it's not happening as we've described it here because the NCAA and many other organizations have adopted their own rules in regards to dealing with this. This is just an opportunity for people to create an issue or a solution that is looking for a problem. And listen, I'm all about proactive activity here, but sometimes we just go a little too far. And this is one of those things that's like, if anytime the University of Alabama or Auburn says, here, take this, so, we want some insulation from whatever you guys are doing down there, that ought to be a stop sign or at least a yellow light. But here, man, this is something else. But hey, Alabama's just doing its thing. Anyway, I thank you for whatever we're doing here right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body is passage as amended. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machines, record the vote. 83 ayes, 5 nays, 14 abstentions. HB 261 as amended has passed.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to call for more co-sponsors.
That is a question. Anybody wants to co-sponsor it? Clerk will unlock the machine. Co-sponsors will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 57 co-sponsors. That's your first bill. Congratulations. Clerk, call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 72 with substitute by Representative Starnes relating to pardons and paroles.
Representative Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 72 is a department bill for the Bureau of Pardons and Parole, and it does the following. Under existing law, a parolee is suspected of violating his or her parole is given the opportunity to have a hearing prior to his or her parole being revoked. If the hearing is not held within 20 business days, and the parolee shall be released back to parole supervision after the 20 business days have passed. This bill will provide, if a hearing is not held within the 20 business days, the parolee shall be released back to parole supervision unless extrinsic circumstances exist that preclude holding the hearing within the 20 business days. The second part of my bill, under existing law, when directed by the court, a probation officer is required to conduct an investigation and provide a written report to the court. This bill would provide that a specialist, in addition to the probation officer, may conduct an investigation and provide a written report to the court. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Well, you're going to get to. The chair recognizes the gentleman from St. Clair, Chairman Neal.
Will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you what I like about this bill. I dealt with probation officers over the course of my 19 years on the bench. Probation officers supervise people, but we also expect them to do a lot of reports. And those reports are necessary as we sentence and as we consider revocation. And these are the things that we require probation officers. And the thing that I like about this bill the most is that you're going to allow specialists to take up some of the slack, so that at least in my mind, probation officers can go about doing the other things that I think they ought to be doing or spending most of their time on, which is supervising probationers and parolees. So for that reason, I think this is a good bill, and I like it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to debate much, but I want to ask the question, if you will yield.
Yes, sir.
What are the probability of a person getting parole in the state of Alabama? See, we've been observing these parole hearings, and nobody going home, nobody getting out. And they're doing all the things that they're supposed to do. You got two people that vote against. Had a young man that been trying to get out. He had several hearings. So what does it take to get a parole board on the right track with helping people to become whole again? They don't get whole in corrections. They have to get back out on the street to become whole again. Our priorities are to make the wounded whole. And you just laid out when a parolee violates his parole. I understand that if he violates his sentence in the system, he shouldn't get the hearing. But if he's doing everything that he should be doing, he doesn't get released. Because, could you give us some insight on that, since you've been working with these good people?
Yes, sir. Well, I have to disagree with people that being paroled. Prior to 2019, we had, let me get my notes just to make sure. I don't want to miss
people being paroled. Who being paroled? Nobody getting out.
Yes, sir. Prior releases from the parole is 10%. However, mandatory release is 17% for a total of 27%, which is similar to FY19 with parole release of 25%. So we increased with mandatory release and parole 2%.
That just happened, mandatory release, when the governor opened up the doors and told them to go because they couldn't get them no other way.
Yes, sir. I think we started that in 2019. We just started January for the ankle bracelets for the GPS.
Yeah.
So it has been in effect because I actually supervise people on mandatory release. And so prior to that, sir?
You're a specialist?
No, I was a probation and parole officer.
Oh, now so you supervised them?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, but you want to remove the parole officers from doing that, so you bring some specialists in to do that?
Well, that specialist is to write the reports for the court, so an officer can go out and do the supervision, go into the field, and doing home visits, employment verifications, and things of that nature.
What are the recidivism rate with your parolees?
Oh, goodness. Representative Jackson, you put it, I couldn't tell you. I can tell you this. With a violation of my parolees, I would absolutely did not want them to stay in jail because I wanted those parolees either to be back on supervision or go to the Department of Corrections if they were found guilty with their parole. So I'm an advocate of trying to get them out of our jails because I was working for the sheriffs to make sure that they had bed space for violent offenders.
Okay, now, what do we do once they are paroled? We help them to get back into the society with jobs, the training, and all this. See, all these things involved. When you just don't say, "I'm gonna let them go," and they go. Where they go? Where are they going? Going back to where they left. We're not putting them in a place where they can become whole. See, we play that game in this, and I've been here for a while. I've seen it happen. I'm not gonna talk 10 minutes. I'm gonna sit down, but I just want people that are listening, and they know what is going on in this state. So we window dress a lot. We make it look so good from the outside, window dressing. But when we pull the curtains back and roll up the blinds, there's a lot of termites there.
Yes, sir.
And so we need to exterminate some of this stuff and tear it out and rebuild. That's what we need to do. And building prisons is not going to resolve it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Mr. England.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you said, let me get this right. We're less than 10% parole side, 17% mandatory release. So you say that equals 27%.
Yes, sir.
Now, we do acknowledge that people who go before the parole board are at times different from the people who get mandatory supervised release, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here's a question for you. Why do we have so many people getting mandatory supervised release? Why is that more than the number of people who are getting paroled?
Because I do know. But anyways, because they're coming out to their minimum standards of being released within that 9-month window.
Okay.
And they're being able to be released at that time. Now, if they go for the parole board, you know, they may have 4 or 5 months before their mandatory release to be able to release.
So we have a larger number of people on mandatory release because they don't get paroled.
Yes, sir, and I can say.
Okay, well, no, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, and this is because you said something that I absolutely agree with. Your philosophy is trying to get people out who need to be out because, you know, you'd much rather space be reserved for those who are dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm all about public safety. Okay, and I want to maximize the resources that we have. Okay. If your goal is to maintain public safety, would you rather somebody be paroled or be released under mandatory release? Those are your two choices. Well, actually, you have three. You EOS, where you reach your end of your sentence, you can get paroled, or you reach mandatory release. What is the safest option for the public?
You're being tough on me, Representative.
No, this is a great
I would
conversation.
prefer being on parole. I would rather being on parole, you have more bite on the parolee.
Yeah.
Because mandatory release, you really do not have any bite.
Yeah. So, and also, let's take it a step further. On the parole process, that is like an assessment, allegedly an assessment top to bottom of that an inmate's entire career within the prison system or entire sentence. So that person is looked at as if have you completed any programs? Have you been in any trouble? Do you have any references? Do you have a home plan? Do you have people here who are advocating for your release? So that's like a qualitative assessment of an applicant versus mandatory release, which is just an arbitrary date that we said that you got to get out of here.
Yes, sir. And I would love to see mandatory release gone and everything else go back to the parole board so we could have that opportunity to have that bite instead of having mandatory release.
But see, but you fundamentally and philosophically agree with me because you feel like, and I do too, that we would have a safer public if we had a functioning parole system.
Then I would recommend let's get rid of mandatory release and go back to the parole board.
Well, but that's the problem because we would force everybody to EOS because the parole board is less than 10%. And it's at this point, there is no difference between those who are qualified to get released and who aren't because the driving factor in the decision to release someone is what they were convicted of many years ago versus what they've done while they've been incarcerated, which is why the rates have plummeted because we have this arbitrary distinction between who's violent and who's not, and our distinction between who's violent and not has changed several times over the last 10 to 15 years. So there are people who are serving time now, who are serving life without parole, for example, that the only reason that they're in there for life without parole isn't because of what they did, it's because of when they were convicted.
Yes, sir.
So for all of us, this is a great conversation because if you're interested in public safety, you want a parole system that evaluates the applicant and releases them if they have every marker for success. Because if they don't get paroled, they end up going through mandatory release. And what happens then is, as you said, it's less supervision and it's less time, with less bite. So we're talking about parole, mandatory release, and then EOSing.
Yes, sir.
So I think we can agree that our parole board probably needs to release more people if they meet the requirements that are set aside in the guidelines that we put in the law.
And I think we would have that if we did away with mandatory release and put that under parole and let them come out on parole and get away with mandatory release. I think the public would be more safe.
Well, here's the problem with that analysis, though. Do you know why we have mandatory release?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you know why we moved the timeline up?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because the parole board isn't releasing anyone. So, again, we're right back to the same problem.
So we can get rid of mandatory release,
No,
correct?
we need to get rid of our parole board because that's where the problem is. We have talked around it this entire time, but you mentioned 2019.
Yes.
And listen, I mean, it's like an epiphany, just like a flash of light. Because before 2019, everybody in here said we were releasing too many people. So it's a shock to the system. So what we did was we killed an ant with a sledgehammer and went from releasing almost 40 to 50% of the applicants that go before the board to now releasing less than 10%. And guess what? If you listen to any politician in the state of Alabama right now, what are they telling you? We got a damn crime wave going on right here. Well, guess what? Do you think there's any correlation between not releasing people on parole and our communities becoming less safe? Interestingly enough, there is. Every other state in the union that utilizes a successful parole system also experiences a lower crime rate. So from 2019 until now, we've seen our paroles plummet, our prison population skyrocket, but also crime skyrocket. And what does Alabama do? Double down. Come down here in this session and try to find different ways to lock everybody up. And let me tell you something. You can put this on a t-shirt. If locking everybody up made us safer, Alabama should be heaven. We shouldn't have any problems here. We should be the safest place in America. But apparently, we're not, because we've got so many politicians in here politicking on preventing crime. But everything that they've done, every decision they've made since 2019 has sacrificed public safety for political gain. And who's suffering the consequence? Us. So again, I wholeheartedly agree with you. To make us safer, parole more people. We don't even have to get into the conversation of mandatory release because, again, mandatory release does not evaluate the applicant anymore. It's arbitrary. We're saying you get out now because we're running out of time. And as an aside, hell, our Department of Corrections is so ineffective that when people were on mandatory release, were getting closer to their release date, they couldn't complete the paperwork in time enough to beat their end of sentence. So they were serving it out anyway.
And I'll say this, most inmates that wanted to come out did not want to come out on mandatory release, and we made it a law that they had to accept mandatory release, and a lot of them would not report to the office as they were instructed. So I would suggest or recommend to get rid of mandatory release, and let's fall back up under the parole board.
Well, I'll agree with you if you get rid of the parole board. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Ingram, to be the fourth and final speaker on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
You know, I didn't know you were such an expert on this. I knew you were a city councilman and a statesman in your area, but I appreciate you bringing this good legislation, and it's good to have an expert on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question now before the body is on adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Yeah. Yeah.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention. The BR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a substitute from committee, and the substitute does the following. The Association of County Commissioners added that they could not be housed in the county jail for over 40 days before they had a hearing. The details are as follows. Replace line 61 on page 3 with the following. If the parole court determines that extrinsic circumstances that preclude holding the hearing within 20 business days, the case shall be considered within 40 business days. Replace lines 66 through 69 on page 3 with the following. Or within 40 business days if exigent circumstances exist. Replace line 180 on page 7 with the following. The hearing within 20 business days, no parolee shall be held beyond 40 business days of the request. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of the substitute, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman, Ms. Jefferson, to speak on the sub. Ms. Cavan.
Representative Starn.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm concerned about this bill, the sub itself. I think I heard the word exigent circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, if you would, just for my education, would you tell me why these hearings can't be held within the 20 days?
Yes, ma'am. Due to COVID, they were supposed to have the hearing within 20 days, but the jails were locked down, and the hearing officers were not able to go to the jails to conduct those hearings. So with that being said, we're just trying to cover the agency to give them an additional 20 days so they can have those hearings.
But, I guess my concern is, even with that, we've been back up and operating for now a year, almost a year and a half. So tell me the backlog as it relates to these cases, why we have to modify the time period with regards to this 20 days.
This is everything. Well, this is the department has been sued, so they're just trying to cover their bases for anything that comes.
I mean, but they're going to state. Now, wait a minute. Now, you're talking about the Pardons and Parole Board, and I got a problem with the Pardons and Parole Board.
Yes, ma'am.
Because as I said the other day with them, it's deny, 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 deny. So they're going to be sued again. So anytime you bring a bill with regards to a state agency, I mean, that's par for the course. But, you know, we're bringing legislation to make this modification. I would like to know what the backlog is, how many cases have been backlogged as it relates to these hearings. And then also, when we begin to have a play on these terms of art, so what are the exigent circumstances? Because I would like you to define for me what the definition of exigent circumstances are with regards to this matter.
Well, I can give you the example just of the COVID of 19. They were not able to go to the jails.
But that's not an exigent. COVID-19 is not an exigent circumstance. I mean,
It was because they were not able to go to the jails and to have their hearing.
That's not an immediacy. That's not an urgency. That's not an urgent. That's not an exigent circumstance. So I would think that if we're talking about an exigent circumstance, it would be something more substantive than what I mean, you know, that's a big play on words. An exigent circumstance is if someone's going in to do a drug bust and they have to bust through the doors to try to get to that person who may be selling drugs. Someone's life is at hand, or they're about to trash or dump all of the drugs inside the building, and then we begin to talk about exigent circumstances where we have to move quickly, fast to get in there to preserve whatever may be behind those doors. This is not an exigent circumstance based upon how you're presenting it to the best of my knowledge. But not only that, you know, we're talking about doing, you know, even the release. I mean, why should we do away with a mandatory release? You know, and we don't have any statistics to show that these offenders leave the Department of Corrections under post supervision and are likely to, because for the most part, they're actually likely not to come back.
If they're on mandatory release?
Yeah.
I disagree with that. ma'am.
I don't agree. I mean,
we had many
but do we
people,
have the numbers? I'm a numbers person. That's why whenever I come here, I try to make sure that I have the numbers. But you're arguing that, but we don't have the numbers. And I'm not saying that you're right, that you're not right.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
just saying, but when you're making those kind of statements, and especially with the scrutiny that the State Pardons and Parole Board has been under and the Department of Corrections, that's worthy of being able to report back to the general populace that these are the numbers, this is what's going on, and these are the stats that we have to show that these offenders have gotten out under this supervised parole, and these are the number under this mandatory release that have gotten out and have come back. We started this release a few years ago, and I was one of the ones the media called, as we even just with the debacle a few weeks ago. And I finally said in my district to the media, at some point, because the story that we started telling, I was like, tell the people the truth. Tell them this was a 2015 bill, that this was legislation we enacted in 2015. Tell them that we ultimately amended that legislation. Tell them that almost 300 and something people, had not it been for that amendment, probably would have already been out on the streets anyway. But because of the amendment and working through the administrative issues, it looked like we were releasing 300 and something people a few weeks ago, but they would have already 9 times out of 10 been out anyway. So that was the realization of where we were. But with that's here, statistically, only a small percentage of these people return back to jail. Statistically, I mean, I've been practicing law a long time. Everybody I know in some family I know, they've had somebody either in prison, getting out of prison, or on their way to prison.
Yes, sir.
I think everybody in here had somebody in prison, getting out of prison, or on their way to prison. Somebody in here, whether it's your immediate family, whether it's in between or somebody. But statistically, these numbers do not show where you have all of these offenders that are getting out on parole, that are getting out on parole and are returning back into the system. I have not been able to see that. And if you can show me that number, because I want to speak truth into reality. And when we report these numbers out, it starts a frenzy out, because I don't want anyone in the public to think we're just releasing people and that all of these people we're releasing is returning back to prison. That's not true. It's not true today, it's not true tomorrow, and it won't be true the next day.
I can say this, on mandatory release, a lot of the offenders, I won't say majority, but some of the offenders would never report to the office, and we would do a delinquency report, send that to the parole board to cover ourselves, and we would never have seen that parolee.
But the point is then, that doesn't fall to me on the person that was released. That means Pardons and Parole needs to do their job. They need to do their freaking jobs, because guess what? If they don't show back up, there should be somebody that goes out there and get them. But the point is,
and I was one of those guys that would go out there and I would look.
How many did you go get?
I was several.
Several versus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 15,000.
But this
10,000.
is the thing. Sometimes we were not able to find those offenders, and those offenders were out free doing what they wanted to do, breaking their parole.
But had they broken the parole, but when you say breaking the parole, had they committed another violent offense?
They just have not been caught yet.
That's not the question.
Yes, because when I did catch them, I would drug test them, and they would be hot for cocaine, or meth, marijuana, or any other type of drug that they could get a hold of.
Against person, had they committed listen, I don't know who you're gonna let out. Let's just talk straight talk. I don't know who you're going to release unless they already just were not doing it. Most of the people in prison do drugs anyway. They already doing drugs. They already smoking weed. They're already they already on some type of substance. Let's just talk straight talk. I was just talking with someone in law enforcement the other day, and they're meeting with the sheriffs to try to figure out a way to stop contraband from getting across the fence lines at the prisons that we have here. So I'm not gonna say that this person is just worthy to be returned back to court because they did. I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna do it anymore. Because in some states, many states across this country, we all know marijuana is very much legal. So that's the end of it. So I'm not going to get into all that. All I'm saying is
Yes, ma'am.
stats, these statistics. When we start saying this to the people, I never want anyone to feel like we're just releasing all of these people or we're trying to, I don't know. I just think the Pardons and Parole Board is one of the worst boards and agencies that we have here in the state. And unfortunately, it is sad that we cannot even get to a reasonable system of play. I want to come back and talk about this because, and I know the Attorney General was sitting here the other day, but I just want to have a few seconds to just say a few things on this. So I'm coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I would like to know a little bit more about this bill because I'm trying not to get a little warm over it.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson County, Mr. Rogers.
Now, you know, I was probation officer one time in Jefferson County.
Yes.
But you know what? I went down to the parole board on purpose. Of course, I thought I could go in incognito, but they recognized me right away. And but they had 34 come on parole. Did not one person get released.
Yes.
Not one soul. And they had some good cases. I mean, some people have been there 20 years. And by the way, I was part of the Prison Oversight Committee. I used to be chair of the committee one time, and I was part of the lawsuit. I understand the temporary suspending that based on what we could try to do with the prison. But there's no way you can get rid of them prison when you got 200 prisons for every one guard. But there's no consideration for that. And then you don't release anybody from prison. Okay. There's no way you can do something about prison overcrowding. I heard that according to the Fed, they're saying they're gonna wait and see what we're gonna do with the new prison. But that's not gonna solve the problem. You got one guard for every 200 prisons.
Yes, sir.
Now, and you and I both know that when Charlie Gray said, lock him up, throw away the key, that's what Alabama did. I used to know everybody on the parole board. Now I know a couple of them on the parole board, but they tell me that when they get the letter from the DA and the local DA, nobody gets out. And so now, how can you do something about prison overcrowding when you don't release nobody? Tell me how that happens. You keep plugging that up, but you ain't unplugging it.
Yes, sir. And I'd go back to the mandatory release. 2019, we did the mandatory release, and I think that released a valve to let some of the offenders out that we normally wouldn't have let out at some time. So I think the parole board just has a lot of violent offenders they look at prior to being paroled. So I think that's the issue.
Go down there one day.
Yes.
I mean, you go ahead and go down there. I mean, you probably get away. They might not recognize you who you are right now because you knew.
Yes.
But go down there and see how they operate. I went down there just to see how they operate, and I had a prisoner on mind to talk about. I did. They called me to the side. They said, "Look, we got a letter from the Attorney General. We got a letter from the Attorney General where he local kill everybody. We're not letting anybody out. Now, what's going to end up happening is that the Fed's going to have to reinstate that mandatory prison release they got. The only way you can do it, they're going to have to do that. That's the only way you can eliminate it. You can't keep plugging the system up and think it's going to work. And there's no way you can have one guard for 200 prisoners and think they can supervise them. You can't do that.
Yes,
I don't care what kind of cameras you got. I don't care what kind of surveillance you got. It just don't work. And I don't see how you're going to be able to do it in Alabama. And they called me after you testify about it. I said, look, tell me, you suspended this mandatory prison release because they told you they're going to build some new prisons? All right, now I don't know what's in the budget. I know we use some pandemic money to do the studies. All right, now they're gonna try to. I guess Steve Claus, I guess Jim Fund gonna find some pandemic money now to build the prison. But then you know it's gonna take 5 years to build one, or 2 or 3 years. Then you got the woman prison, you got all that, and you're not releasing it. Tell me how. I'm looking at Barbara Boyd. She tell you they don't release women prisons, and they so crowded in there. It's pathetic. I hate to say it, but I've been there too. And as a matter of fact, the prison commissioner worked for me. He worked. I hired him.
Yes, sir.
To go around and visit every prison in the state. When I was chair of the prison oversight committee, I hired him to go around and visit every prison in the state. They came in and tell me, said John, you're like a sea of tomatoes. They stacked 3 high to a bed. And then in one prison out there at West Jefferson, they had the stove was on. In the summertime, they couldn't cut the stove off, and it was 100 degrees outside, and the stove was on.
Yes.
And then, I mean, hey, so tell me, I can't understand what you're trying to do. I understand you being probation officer, all that. I was one too. I worked in probation officer before I went to UAB. I got hired as vice president of UAB.
Yes, sir.
But I can tell you right now, is that there's no way we can solve this problem. And your bill not going to help you. Because you talk about mandatory prison release.
No, sir. I'm just talking about adding for probation's parole specialists to be able to write reports for the court and just under extra circumstances to extend a parole court hearing for a delinquent
how is that going
parolee.
to solve our problem? Our problem in Alabama, we got too many prisons. And we keep adding on top of it. We keep putting like stacking. I'm sure you visited a prison, right?
Oh, yes, sir. I worked one for 3 years at Draper.
You know what I'm talking about then, right? They stacked 3 to a bed?
No, sir. Not at that time. We had 2 to a bed.
But now they got 3 to a bed. They stack them all the way up to the ceiling. The
Yes.
man on top of the ceiling, if he get a height, he in bad shape, or he got 1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir.
They're stacking 3 to a bed. And so now, and Tutwiler is worse than that. Tutwiler, I said Tutwiler is so bad that you could go to a third world country and get treated better. And so I don't, if you can't find a way to, I mean, I was so embarrassed when I went to that parole hearing, I didn't know what to do. And it was embarrassing because our DA sent a letter and said, don't let them out. Then you got the other folk coming in, local DA said, don't let them out. How are you going to solve the problem? Tell me, will your bill help out in that situation? It won't, because it's not going. You're not solving any problem with your bill.
No, sir. My bill's not addressing that issue.
But you saying that you want somebody else to help do some of the work. You want a professional to come in and do the screening, right?
No, sir. All I was doing is probation specialist to write reports so the officer can go out in the field and conduct.
Right, I read it, but that's in order to try to get them out of, see what they're doing and get them out of prison, right?
No, it actually to have them correct their behavior and make them follow their parole supervision.
You were a parole officer. I mean, where were you for probation officer at?
I was a probation parole officer in Autauga County.
Oh, good.
And then also I was a district manager.
You haven't been to the big house. You don't know about this going on in the big house then, right? You're in a small county.
Well, I guess my biggest county at one time that I supervised was Tuscaloosa and Shelby County.
Well, I was in Birmingham. I did when I got out of the military. First job I took was a probation officer. I was chief probation officer, BSA, and then I took a job at UAB as the vice president of UAB. But the bottom line is this: is that at that time they had people we were letting out, but now I don't know why the feds didn't go along with the mandatory prison release they had. I mean, they tell me doing it on the basis of the fact we're going to build a new prison. They ain't gonna solve the problem. Not when you're not letting anybody out. Do you foresee any way your bill can solve that problem? That's the problem.
The way I would solve the problem is do away with the mandatory release and let everything go up under the parole board is what I would do. If I was the man to be able to make that decision, sir, that's what I would do.
It would make, but now that's contingent on parole board releasing somebody, right? Why you send the parole board and do a mandatory release and they're not releasing them? How is that going to solve the problem? If they don't release them, they're not going to solve the problem, right? If you send 30 folks over, you send 300 folks over a year, or 400, they tell me, within a year's time, and you don't parole not one, and then you plead to the feds to start the mandatory prison release?
I think you would see a lot more parolees being released or inmates being released on parole if we did with mandatory release. Absolutely.
So now, if they put enforce the mandatory prison release, if the feds come back and do it, which they're going to come back and do, I'll say they're doing the trial period, you think the parole board then will start acting and release the prison? You think that?
If we did away with mandatory release and put it up under the parole board, absolutely, I think.
Wait a minute. Say that again. If they release nobody, how is the mandatory release going to do away with mandatory release?
I think you would see more parolees coming out from the parole board.
How?
Because there wouldn't be such a violent offenders that they'd have to look at, and those are.
Chairman's time, man's time expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Oh, good.
Thank you, recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So I thought I was finished. I'm sorry, but I'm being a team player right now. So I have another question for you.
Yes, sir.
Because you have a very intimate knowledge of the system itself, including, I mean, really now from both sides. Now as a legislator and formerly as someone who worked within the system, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever think, in your days of working within the system, that Alabama would have a $1 billion bill for one prison?
I know, sir.
Also, here's another question. Did you ever think that Alabama would have a $1 billion contract for health care in the system?
I never thought about those things working in the system. So just now, just getting to this level, those are things I'll think about.
Well, no, I've been here since 2006, and probably too long, but I've seen various iterations of prison plans, and they continue to balloon in size and scope, not just because we have a federal court system breathing down our neck, but as we keep peeling the layers back, we recognize that we're probably nowhere near a solution to our problem. And every time we are approached with another issue within our prison system, we used to have a bunch of answers. Back in 2015, 2016, we had Class D felonies, which we're trying to get rid of now. We changed some of the limits on property crimes to try to eliminate the proliferation of people into our prison system on nonviolent offenses. We went through the state of Alabama and we started trying to give everybody drug courts and community corrections and things like that, because we recognized at the time there was a significant problem, and we were trying our best to do a whole bunch of things to address this out of control prison population. We also recognized that we had a whole bunch of people in prison that were probably better served outside of the facility. A lot of nonviolent offenders, a lot of drug offenders.
Yes.
So as you mentioned earlier, we have pretty much wiped out the low-hanging fruit, I think people used to call it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then we end up with a system that is probably 85 or so more percent full of people who have some sort of violent conviction in their past.
Right, yes.
And it's changing how we look at the system itself. But in 2015 and 2014 and 2016, we had a bunch of answers. Now, in 2023, we only have one, and that's build a prison. And that's unfortunate because the sense of urgency is lost because if our answer is build a prison, we basically acknowledge that we're not really going to do much for the next 3 to 4 years until it's complete. And that's just, for the way these things work, and for us, that's unsustainable, because if that's going to be our only answer, it's going to be ineffective, and it's going to cost us entirely too much. We got to do something else. And one thing, you're a rookie, new legislator.
Yes, sir.
One thing you're going to get used to are prosecutors coming here every session with new and exciting ways to incarcerate more people. And I don't blame them. It's part of their job.
All right.
They don't necessarily focus on managing a system as we're required to do. They're trying to fight crime. But the creativity and the imagination generally isn't there. They're going to ask you for two things: more money and more ways to incarcerate people. This session, we have a bill, as I mentioned, getting rid of Class D felonies. We have another bill that will attempt to turn shoplifters into Class B felons if they're working with somebody else. Somebody can steal a Snickers bar and ultimately end up being prosecuted as a Class B felon if they work with another person. We're also going to find ways to create mandatory minimums for gun possession if it's used in commission of a crime. We're also going to have mandatory minimums if you are associated with gang members. And the list goes on and on and on. It's just becoming more easy to incarcerate more people. But at some point, you and I are responsible for saying, hold on, we don't have enough space. Our system is overwhelmed. Your bill actually goes to the heart of one of the problems in an overwhelmed system that's under-resourced, because you're trying to buy more time for our parole employees to do their jobs. When something's not working right or something's out of control, I need more time to get this done. But as you know, you're often tasked with hundreds of people under your supervision, and it's very difficult to keep an eye on those folks with the little limited resources that you have. So what I'm saying is, we need more answers. We got to do more. We can't get rid of good time and expect to keep the public safe. That's just one answer. We also can't tell everybody the only answer that we have is building a bigger prison, because as you know, by the time we get there, it may cost us $2 billion. And right now, it's one of the biggest expenditures of our general fund budget. We spend the most money in our general fund budget on two things: healthcare and incarcerating people. That's something, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, I think, good, I can kind of wrap this up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
But I'm looking forward to working with you, because obviously you know what goes on inside the system, and hopefully we can come up with some more answers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Moving like John Rogers down here. All right, we were having a good, fruitful conversation. Oh, wow. Wow. This bill gives me heartburn. And it gives me heartburn only because of the stats or the lack thereof. You know, again, I like to keep my people informed. I'm a stickler for that. I may not know it all. If I don't, I just don't. You know, I forgot. I may have missed one or two, but I do have a concern. I just have a concern about the whole pardons and parole system. A system, first of all, we're spending $1 billion+ on a prison, but yet we're here moving legislation for which it's, once again, we're moving legislation that ultimately keeps people in prison. And let me state for the record, some of these people need to be in prison. I am for a penal system, 150% for it, but I'm also for a cleansing and a purging of the penal system also. Just last week, a young man who killed someone at age 14 who molested him was up for parole. Been in prison 36 years. 36 years. Denied. Everything because of a debacle that happened a few years ago. Deny. Some of the parole board, the officers there, they, I'm not criticizing anybody because everybody's workload may vary from position to position. But I do have concerns when we continue to speak about fixing a system, but nothing that we're bringing to the table is fixing the problem. This bill isn't going to fix the problem at the Pardons and Parole Board.
No, ma'am, but it's just going to cover the parole board for not having the hearing if something comes up under emergency circumstances. But it will help with the supervision of officers going out in the field and conducting their investigation, making sure that the parolees are compliant to their parole.
But
and also, it gives the right, as a probation or parole officer, I never wanted my parolee in jail. I wanted them either revoked or back on supervision. So I would get them back out or gone to DOC. Because I wanted to keep my sheriff happy.
But even when you, and that's another thing, the sheriff's department, they're overwhelmed. Our local sheriff's departments are overwhelmed already.
Absolutely.
They're
And the
already
sheriffs
overwhelmed.
wanted them either to be locked up or back on
But
supervision.
even during the pandemic, though, the governor can issue an executive order that would cover this type of situation. This is something that's easily fixable by way of an executive order by the governor. That it doesn't need to be, it's gonna pass. This is going to pass. I'm only here for the purpose because I had some folks to text me. And when I come down here and my folks are back home and they're streaming this and they're texting me and they have concerns and they're saying, look, let me just talk about a system. I don't know everything. I don't profess to know everything. Now that I do know, I know, whether you like it or like me or not.
Yes.
So I'm not here to come to try to trip you up. I'm only here to talk about the facts. And most of the times I come here, these are factual details that I'm giving you. And another thing I just believe, and the Republicans have started doing this a little bit better, when you come with a bill like this and you start throwing out numbers, you need to produce your numbers. You need to let your numbers stand for you. And that's something you started this conversation off speaking about the numbers. And whoever the statistician is, you have no proof, nothing to say here, Representative Van. These are the numbers. These are the number of parolees who've gotten out. Even if you just do it from a quantitative number from the last 2 years, 3 years, these are the facts. Because when you come here and you say that, these folks right here are coming back and they're overloading the system, and we've had this amount of prisoners or that amount of prisoners, because at first you said you didn't have it. Now somebody is probably giving it to you now. But,
No, ma'am,
I rise. Let me reclaim my time. I rise. Also, I've been trying to hold my peace today, and I'm just gonna keep doing it because there will be an appropriate time for which I will be able to talk in depth. I'm just concerned about the entire pardons and parole system. I have the utmost of respect for the director. He was a fine colleague. I consider him a friend. I don't care when I call on him. But that system over there up the street remains broken. Some of the staff that they let go, who had been there, who worked tirelessly to make the department much better, is gone. I'm concerned that we're bringing these. I'm concerned anytime we bring a bill that speaks to exigent circumstances. And that's not a word I don't think that we should throw around lightly. I don't care what it is. That's not a word that you throw around, exigent circumstances. So maybe the choice of words should have been a little bit better choice of words. You know, this was just not a good choice of words. You know, I'm concerned that, and I better just reserve it. I better reserve it because I'm trying not to get caught up in a system where I start saying some things about just, you know, about our top law enforcement officer here in the state who just the other day went to Jefferson County. I'm not a gamer and shut down the bingo halls and all that, but we could utilize all that effort. And we still don't know who the gunman is from Dadeville, but we can get the DEA, the FBI, and Aaliyah to go to Jefferson County and shut down all the bingo halls for a full-on task force. That something about that whole picture to me just doesn't make sense. But I digress, and I'll talk about that at a more appropriate time. But just the pardons and parole, yet again, we're bringing legislation. I don't understand when we have colleagues in here who are on the opposite side of the aisle who bring bills to bring about prison reform. We have tried to work on a comprehensive prison reform packet that addresses the recidivism rate here in the state of Alabama, but yet we still come back with legislation like this that only will stifle the progress that we're trying to make. This doesn't help the system. This doesn't help when your colleagues that are on the same side of the aisle with you bring legislation that is trying to help with the problem of prison overcrowdedness, help with the problem of jail overcrowdedness, help with the problems at pardons and parole, help with the problems that are being experienced with the Department of Corrections. And yet we bring this, but I guess as my time is winding up, speaking of Department of Corrections, did you speak with the Department of Corrections about this bill?
I did.
And what were their concerns, or did they have any? Do they support it?
They had some concerns.
And what were their concerns?
Just the cost, if they had to house them, and who would pay.
So, and that's my next question. There is a cost, so what's the cost, and how much will it cost to house them?
It's $28 a day
and that
in the jail.
So what's the fiscal note on this bill?
That was the physical note, $28 a day.
Per inmate?
Right, yes, ma'am.
So we don't have an estimated cost for an influx number of inmates that may come in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that could be deceptive in itself because somebody might just say $28 and not realizing that entails more than just $28. That's more than looks like it's just $28, but that is actually thousands of dollars just for one inmate. That's just for for the public consumption. That's not just $28. That could be $25,000 or $18,000 or $10,000 or $15,000. So it looks like 28 is not.
Ladies' time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, what position we in? Come on, carry this over there, call the chair.
Appreciate it, sir.
Huh? Well, I got 6 hours to talk to you. The bottom line is that I'm really opposed to the bill is the fact that they're not paroling anybody. And I use all the parole officers. As a matter of fact, the prison commissioner worked for me. And I had them to every prison in the state. Now, all of them are overcrowded. And I can tell you right now, this is not going to solve our problem at all. And what do you mean by mandatory release? Mandatory, they force them out?
Yeah, yes.
We just did away with good time now. The other day, we passed a bill to do away with cut a good time in half, remember?
Yes, sir.
So that further caused the problem. We did away with the good time law to cut it in half. That further clogged the system up. So now, you support mandatory prison release, right? You support mandatory prison release.
I do not support mandatory release. No, sir, I do not.
That's what you said.
No, sir. I said let's do away, remove mandatory release, and place it under the parole board because there's no bite in the mandatory release.
Well, if you're not paroling, just follow me in 1 minute. If you're not pardoning anybody, or paroling anybody, you take away half the good time, and then you don't want mandatory release, how you unclog the system? Tell me, just think about it now. Just in your mind, just figure out, you're not releasing anybody, you're not pardoning anybody, they don't pardon anybody in 3 years.
Yes, sir. If we did with mandatory release, I think we'd have a lot more parolees, like Representative England said. Low-hanging fruit is the mandatory release, and I think you would see a lot more being paroled from the parole board.
I agree, but you just said you don't want to do mandatory prison release. You against that?
I'm against that. Absolutely.
So how you figure that we're gonna get out of this quagmire we're in?
Because they would have the parole board would be paroling those parolees from the inmates from the DOC.
All right, stop right there. All right, we both agree. I know I've been down there. Like I told you before, that they're not paroling anybody. They haven't paroled a soul in 3 years. As a matter of fact, I knew the probation officers who were there before they replaced them. In 3 solid years, Alabama has not paroled 1 prisoner.
I would have to disagree with that because we've had parolees come out from parole from DOC.
I tell you what, ask somebody, show me some record where they paroled anybody at all.
Well, sir, I retired in November of 22, and I had plenty of parolees within my district.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'll bet you 10 cents to $10 that they haven't paroled that many. They might have paroled 5 prisoners in 3 years. Okay.
I disagree with that.
Will you take that bet? If you win, I give you 10. If I win, you give me 10 cents.
What?
All right.
If I was a gambling man, I'd take you up on that.
Well, that's the truth. So, but you're doing away with mandatory privilege, and then I'm hoping the feds come back and reinstate it, because they're gonna have to come back because it's not going. We're not doing anything to solve the problem. So the feds gonna have to come back and reinstate the mass prison release. They would do it. They implemented and started doing it, and then all of a sudden, the state came out there. We're gonna build all these prisons, but then how you gonna do it? All we did was pay all the folks who did the studies for the prison release, for the prison. We still haven't solved the problem. It takes years. It'll take 10 years to build all those prisons. At least 5 or 6. What you do? And you clock. Those folks still be in prison all this time. I'm really concerned about this bill because I know if I hadn't saw it for myself. I ain't been down and just put these people on the problem myself. I understand it. Speaker said we're going to finish the calendar, but I guess we had to get to everybody to try to put some lights on or something. Because I was trying to make it easier, but they said, actually, when you asked would you do that, you said no. I guess we had to start talking. That's all I can do, because I different like this bill. I want to carry it over and call it a chair, but I don't know. I could make that motion. I don't know, but I think I will make that motion at the end, because if you don't, it's going to be a little more problem. I could actually. I want to adjourn. So I know we got a lot of parties to go to. This, what is it? Almost 6 o'clock. We got things we got to go to certain things, and I was holding it down earlier, but now I understand everybody back, so I'm hoping they'll start putting the lights on. To talk about this, because so to speak, that's what we're going to do, I guess, until we try to stay here at about 7, 8 o'clock tonight.
Yes, sir. This bill does not address that issue. This is for probation specialists conduct
I know what it
reports
does.
for the courts.
You want to have probation specialists to take the role off the probation officer in the court.
Right, yes, sir. And they're employed throughout the state of Alabama. There's just one county that does not accept the reports from the specialists.
But that's still not going to alleviate the problem. My problem right now is that at the Business Prison Bureau Board, they're releasing prisoners.
Yes, sir, it would, because it hold the parolees more accountable with the officer out in the field doing their job, hold them accountable.
But don't they have to get released from the parole board first?
We have parolees out there, and we have mandatory release offenders out in the public.
When they first started, there's some of them out, but then they bagged off. I went to court on it when they bagged them off, and they told me that they were holding off. They didn't send a man down here to supervise the mass release. And I think the state hired him. The state hired the man. They hired him. Hey, now he's not with the feds anymore. I think I forgot his name, but he came here. I spoke to him, and he spoke to us about the problem. And then the state hired him. He probably hired somewhere in the state, because he just dropped it and left the feds. They were down
about Bill Wynn?
Huh?
Bill Wynn?
No, it wasn't no Bill. That wasn't the name.
Robert Longshore?
No, that ain't the name I got in my mind. I go back and look at it, write it down. But he came. He spoke to us. Came. He talked about it, and then he had quit the system. I don't know. I guess somebody got to him and gave him a job from the state of Alabama or something. But I looked up, and he was coming in the chamber and everything. I think they hired him. I think Kay Ivey had him. The governor had him. Somebody had him.
Yes, sir.
Before you leave, I'll give you his name.
Okay, yes, sir.
But I can't think of his name now, but he's a little short guy, kind of short guy. But he came here looking at, what was his name, Mr. Speaker? You know what I'm talking about. He spoke to us downstairs about the prison situation.
Yes, sir. I don't know.
Well, I'll give you his name in a minute. But he was here supervising the prison situation in the state of Alabama. And then all of a sudden he got a job with the state, and then they didn't do it. Now, I'm not going to make a motion to carry your bill over, but I started to carry it over and call it a chair. But I know it's a motion I could make, but I don't know if I win it or not. But I ought to just make it see how close I am. See, everybody say they want to go home.
Yes, sir.
So I was going to see. Ms. Speaker, can I make a motion to carry this bill over to call it a chair? I'll make that motion. Everybody say they want. Mr. Speaker, we got about 30 more bills to go. So, y'all, we got 30 more bills we're gonna pass. So, on it.
Mr. Speaker,
how many
make
you got?
a motion to table that motion.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Speaker. Well, wait a minute.
Chairman's time gentleman's time's expired.
Okay, I'm gonna make that request, but I could make that request. It's a legitimate request. All right. Anybody else gonna talk on this? I got to everybody put the light on, and we're gonna talk about what we're gonna do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Appreciate it.
I actually, I beg you. Well, I'm not gonna make that request. I want to. I had to make a motion. carry the bill over. I'm just saying. We just talk. Huh? I know. Okay, well, I'll make that motion next time if I get a chance to come back up. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of House Bill 72. Oh, so, okay. Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the sub.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile. Representative Jones.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a lot of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
But I do have some observations. I think I know you've heard Representative England come to the mic several times.
Yes, sir.
And point out a lot of discrepancies we have in the criminal justice system, period.
Yes, sir.
And I hope that we will take note of that. I'm not here to make a motion that you carry your bill over. That's not what I'm here for.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to say, regardless to what's happening, we should always adhere to the process. And I think that there have been a lot of things said that is extremely important to us making a difference in our prison system, in our pardon and parole system, in some of the things that we're trying to get done. And I think the message is that while there are things that might need to be done, they have no real impact on what our real problems are.
Right,
and our
yes, sir.
real problems have to do with, we overcrowded. I think we all admit that. We can't hire correction officers. I think we all admit that.
Yes, sir.
A lot has to do with that. The safety of where they work, the amount that they get paid. There are a lot of other things that's involved in that. And I think simply what you're hearing is that we need to address some of the real issues that really will contribute to us having a more comprehensive, more effective system all the way around. Pardons and parole, Department of Corrections, and we know that we have a lot of flaws there. The thing that I wanted to bring up is that I got a little experience with jails.
Yes, sir.
And I can tell you this, more space is not a solution. I remember building a jail that got to 1,000 beds. We had 500 in it when we built it. Several months later, we had 1,000 in it.
Yes, sir.
In the same jail. And that same thing happened with the prison system. There has to be some other things that we address as it relates to how we manage our system of incarceration, how we manage our parole system, how we manage what we do in the courts. All of that works together, in my opinion, from my experience with it.
Yes, sir.
So I don't have any, I'm not here to filibuster with you about your bill.
Yes, sir.
What I'm here to say is if we're going to address this system, let's address those areas that's going to make a real difference in the way we operate as a state. And we have not done that. I mean, we really haven't. We are building some prisons. I guess we'll build another one. We'll use all the money on one, but I guess we might be able to build another one. But we've done that. But from the only reason that you saw some hesitation and support for those is because they came with no program. Just another piece of real estate with some beds in it that'll be filled when we finish building it. I know that, you know that, everybody who's been around here for a while knows that the minute we finish it and cut the ribbon to it, it's filled right then on that day.
And so are county jails, because we're backing up people in county jail. So my point is, let's address, and you know, as I sit and listen to you, you are somebody who could make a real contribution to addressing the real problem because of your experience, because of what you've seen.
Yes.
And it's not popular in some areas to do that because everybody, I guess, it appears to me, everybody want to go back home and say, we tough on crime. We're not rehabilitating anybody. They're all coming back, but they're not going to come back like you think. We're not able to do that. We are able to keep them in there a little while, and then we got to have mandatory release, as you talked about today, or we got to build some more buildings.
Right, yes.
And so I'm just suggesting that as we move forward with this, I think we need to really look at some of those other very central areas that we need to address as a body to deal with the real problems we have. So that's really the point of me coming up here. I understand what you're trying to do, but I did want to ask you this. Tell me what you plan to achieve with this piece of legislation that's going to have a noticeable impact on what we do.
The biggest thing that we'd see the biggest difference is for the probation specialists be able to write the reports throughout the state. We just have one county that does not accept reports from the probation specialist, and that's what we're trying to fix. So that would give an opportunity for the probation officers to get out in the field and supervise and rehabilitate the offenders and try to make them a productive citizen.
What is the reasoning for that one county not accepting them?
Because in the law it states for a probation officer to write the report, and that circuit judge will not accept it because a defense attorney went against it and raised that issue.
That's one of the reasons a lot of our alternative programs don't work. There are a lot of people on the bench who don't believe in them. They don't send anybody to them. They send them all to you.
Yes, sir.
And that's another issue we've got to deal with. And as I say, it has to be a comprehensive approach to make something happen. And I simply rose to say to you, let's give some real serious consideration to some of the real issues that confront us. And, you know, we got a lot of political issues confront us. Everybody wants to be able to say, I went up there and I was tough on crime. That's why you ought to vote for me. But, you know, we got to look past that and look at really what we really need to be doing to do that. But I'm very impressed with your knowledge of the system, and I think you have a lot to contribute to those solutions that I talked about. I really do. And I think yourself and people like Representative England, who's been into that a long time, really, if we got a group here, and Mr. Speaker, I'm recommending that we come up with a group within this body to look at some real solutions to our system, the prison system, as well as part of the parole system, and see if we can work out some real solutions to what we're trying to do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Reverend Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been listening, and I guess my biggest concern are these specialists that you're talking about. Do we already have them, or will we be in the process of hiring them?
We already have them throughout the state. It's
And
just that one county that will not.
Which county is that?
Oh, I went blank. Escambia County.
Okay. So why don't they have them?
Because a defense attorney went against, for his client, he said that we can only accept a report from a probation officer, not a probation specialist.
But is that his role? I mean, we can change that. We're the lawmakers.
And that's what we're doing. We're
So
trying
that's what this would include them?
Yes,
If
ma'am.
your bill should happen to pass?
Yes, ma'am.
Then Escambia County would have to have these specialists too. And could you tell me the impact because what I'm understanding, these specialists kind of help the probation officers out.
Yes, ma'am.
So what has been the impact since they have been in position, as far as the workload that's on the probation officer and versus what they do?
It's helped out a lot because, as any other department throughout the state, we have shortages for a probation officer, and a specialist doesn't have to go through the police academy, so it's easier to hire a specialist.
They don't?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So these are just court writers. They
So-
just write reports. They don't
Okay, so they don't
supervise.
actually come in contact with the ex-prisoner?
They just to interview for a PSI.
Because the
pre-sentence
probation officer would be
investigation.
the main person they still report to.
Yes, ma'am.
For all other things. So they just pretty much taking the paperwork load away from them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I've just listened at, what my colleagues have been saying, and from what I could gather, then I guess the greatest impact of your bill is that if it's passed, that means that all the counties will have these specialists working in them to relieve the workload of your probation officers.
Yes, ma'am.
So, how do probation officers feel about this? They like this?
Oh, absolutely. Get them back out in the field and being able to do what they want to do is supervise offenders and things.
So have we hired more probation officers? And the reason I want to ask that versus the number of these specialists, because one thing I know with the state of Alabama, when we're talking about a person being pardoned and paroled versus these mandatory release that we have, and I can agree with Representative England when you're talking about the mandatory release. In that situation, I can see that we don't have as safe a community as we would have with a person that's been paroled. Because with that is a whole gamut of people that done been in and served their time maybe, or whatever the laws say as to why we have to go ahead and release them. But there's no indication that that group has, if we're talking about a correction facility, if we've done any correcting of their ways. Is there any information on that? On the
Can you repeat
mandatory
your
release? With the mandatory release versus the parolees, is there any indication? And what I understand is that with the mandatory release, there's a possibility we have a less safe community than with the people who are paroled. And with the record that we have been looking at for the last couple of years, I know, seems like every time the parole board meets, we get more denied.
Yes, ma'am. I think there's more accountability on the parole side instead of the mandatory release.
Well, because just looking at these numbers, we're denied about 3,593 people, and for the paroles that's been granted about 400.
Yes, ma'am. But
So we got, I would think that what the problem that we have, and I think we need to correct that, which we don't do in this body ever. When whoever brainstorms and bring a bill up here, they don't ever really address the problems that we have. Like on last week with the bill that we had that would make a social worker be able to diagnose someone's mental illness. And so many people voted on that when that is totally irrational. But it was so many green lights up there voting. So, my thing is that we have so many bills that come before us that haven't gone through a proper vetting process to see what would be the possible impact. But if one or two people want that bill to come forth, we bring it forth. But to look at these numbers and versus what your bill is doing, I think the biggest problem that we have is how do we get pardons and parole to parole people, versus the mandatory release. Because I do think our community would be safer if we had more people paroled. But If you look at these numbers here, they don't look good at all as far as the number of people for fiscal year 2022 that was granted parole. We pardoned 799 people. We denied 604 people. On parole, we paroled 409 people, and we denied 3,593 people. So I think that even with your bill, we don't really address our issues that we have. But, you know, we know it's going to pass because that's the way this body works. It doesn't really work to solve problems, but it works to at least address people's ideals, whether those ideals have been thoroughly thought through and looked at the positives and the negatives of it. But I do thank you for allowing me to speak with you about it. But I think it does not solve the problem, which I'm looking at some of the bills we did today did pretty good. But as far as looking at the bills that we passed to address issues in the state of Alabama, we haven't done well this session on passing those bills that actually address the situation that we're facing and our overcrowding and the complaints that we're getting from the federal government. We still, even with your bill, are not addressing those issues. But I appreciate you listening to me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is passage of the sub on HB 72. Clerk on the lock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 94 ayes, 5 nays, 3 abstentions. The sub has been adopted. Representative Starnes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of House Bill 72.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 72. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 89 ayes, 3 nays, 8 abstentions. HB 72 has passed.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
your first bill. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 14 by Senator Chambliss relating to the courts.
Representative Hulse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, Senate Bill, currently amends a law that exempts court costs for filing fees when you are filing a protective order from abuse. All we're seeking to do is amend that when a previously filed protection from abuse order judgment has been issued and they have to come back and file a contempt order. So what we're asking is that we exempt the court cost fees and filing fees when filing for a contempt order. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
That's a question for the body. Is a motion to the BIR. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. The BR has passed. Representative Hulse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
That is a question for the body, is final passage of SB 14. Clerk unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 14 has passed. That's your first bill too, isn't it? Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead and call it.
On page 24 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 44 by Senator Singleton relating to court costs.
Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is appropriately another court cost bill. And this bill seeks to allow attorneys to be paid in commitment proceedings, allows them to be paid for the work they've done right before the appointment in order to get ready for the commitment proceeding to be appointed. And that's all it does. And with that, I'd move for the BIR.
That is question. Pass for the BIR of SB 44. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded votes 103 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has passed. Representative Faulkner.
Move for final passage.
That is question. Is final passage of SB 44. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machines. Record the votes 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 44 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we've agreed to meet at 8:30 in the morning. And quickly, the Beer Association's receptions tonight at the Archives, firefighters across the street at RSA Plaza, the Alabama Sheriff's Association's at the train station downtown. Thank you. I move the House stand in adjournment, believe the journal open until the clerk completes its business.
House is adjourned.